Story 1. I'm a 34-year-old man, and 2 years ago my wife Sarah was declared dead. She had gone on a solo hiking trip, something she used to do to clear her head. I wasn't thrilled about her going alone, but we'd had a few arguments leading up to it, and I figured maybe she just needed space. When she didn't return after the weekend, I contacted the local authorities. Search and rescue teams combed the trail she told me she'd be taking. After 2 days, they found her backpack near the edge of a cliff. Her phone, wallet, and jacket were inside. The weather had been rough that week, strong winds, rain, and loose terrain. They concluded she had fallen and been swept away by the river below. Her parents organized a closed casket funeral within the week. They said the body couldn't be recovered due to the dangerous terrain, and the rescue efforts were officially called off. I remember standing there during the funeral like everything around me was underwater. My family stood beside me, especially my younger sister and my best friend from college, who both checked in on me constantly. For the first month, I barely left the house. I took a year off work and ended up selling our home because I couldn't stand walking into the kitchen and seeing her coffee mug still sitting in the sink. I moved into a smaller apartment and gave away most of Sarah's belongings, some to charity, some to her parents. I kept only a few things, a couple of her handmade necklaces, a recipe book she wrote in, and the dog collar from our golden retriever, Max, who had passed a year before she vanished. That collar sat on my bookshelf like a memorial to the life I used to have. Time passed. Life went on, or at least it tried to. I started working again. My sister helped me set up a new routine. I wasn't okay, but I wasn't where I had been either. Then 2 years later, something happened that flipped everything upside down again. I was looking for a small gift for a co-worker on Facebook Marketplace, something handmade, and I came across a profile selling jewelry. At first, it was the style of the necklaces that caught my attention. They looked just like the ones Sarah used to make. But then I saw the profile photo. The woman looked exactly like Sarah. Her hair was dyed dark red, cut shorter, but her eyes, nose, and smile were unmistakable. The username was different, a new name entirely, but the background of the photo stopped me cold. Behind her on the shelf was a chipped ceramic mug from a pottery class we took years ago, and next to that Max's collar, the exact one. Same tag, same scratch near the buckle. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, so I took screenshots and made a new account to message her, just asking about one of the necklaces. Within 5 minutes, the account had blocked me. That's when I knew something wasn't right. I reached out to an old friend who now works as a private investigator. I told him everything, what I found, what I suspected, and asked him to find out who this woman really was. He didn't promise anything, just said he'd look into it. 2 weeks later, he came back to me with a full report. The woman in the marketplace profile was living 2 towns over from me under a legally changed name. She had government-issued documents, a new driver's license, new social security number, and no public records tying her to her old life. According to the state, Sarah had never existed. I didn't know what to do. I took the report and went straight to my sister's place. She greeted me casually until I handed her the manila folder with the photos, the address, and the name change confirmation. She stared at it for maybe 3 seconds before her face drained of all color. She didn't even deny it. The first thing out of her mouth was, "How did you find out?" She didn't offer any excuses, just kept saying she was sorry and that it was complicated. I pressed harder. Eventually she cracked and told me that both our mother and Sarah's parents had known Sarah was alive all along. My family, the people I leaned on when I thought she was dead, they had been part of it. I asked why. Why would they help her fake her death? Why lie to me for 2 years? She wouldn't answer. Or maybe she couldn't, she just kept repeating that she didn't have a choice. That it wasn't her place to say anything. I left without another word. I didn't go home. I just drove around for hours trying to understand what the hell had happened to my life. Sarah faked her death, and the people closest to me helped her do it. That's where it all started. But trust me, this was only the beginning. After confronting my sister and learning that my own family had helped Sarah disappear, I got in my car and drove straight to my parents' house. I didn't call ahead. I didn't care what time it was. I pulled up to the driveway just before midnight. The lights were still on. My mother opened the door and froze when she saw me. I didn't waste time. I walked in and demanded to know the truth. I told her I knew Sarah was alive, that I had seen the marketplace account, that I had proof. I said I knew Sarah had changed her name and that she was living just a short drive away. I asked if she was involved. She didn't deny it. She sat down on the edge of the couch and rubbed her forehead. She told me Sarah had come to them a few months before she disappeared. She said Sarah was scared, claimed she felt emotionally controlled and manipulated. My mother looked uncomfortable while saying it, like she didn't quite believe it herself. I asked her what Sarah meant by that, what I supposedly did that made her feel unsafe. My father stayed quiet the whole time, arms crossed, staring at the floor. All I got in response were vague lines. You didn't see how tense she was, and she said you always needed to be right, and she thought nobody would believe her. I asked why nobody talked to me, why nobody told me anything, why they let me go through a funeral and 2 years of grief if they knew she was alive. No answer, just silence. My mother said she didn't know how to stop it once it had started. I left without slamming the door, but I made sure they knew I was done with both of them. I haven't spoken to my parents since that night. I tried to call Sarah's parents next. Her father picked up. As soon as I said my name, he hung up. I tried again, straight to voicemail. I drove to their house the next morning and knocked on the door. Her mother opened it a crack, saw me, and shut it immediately. I knocked again. Her father came out onto the porch, told me I was harassing them, and said he'd call the police. I told him I just wanted to talk. He stepped off the porch and started yelling for me to leave the property. I walked back to my car while he stood there watching me go. I called the private investigator and asked him to dig deeper. I told him I needed everything, how Sarah had faked the death, who was involved, and if anything illegal had been done. He started working immediately. 2 days later, he sent me a file. It included documents showing the death certificate had been filed with no recovered body. The cause listed was presumed fall from hazardous terrain, and the person who signed off on it was a longtime family friend, a retired officer from our town who'd worked part-time at the sheriff's office. According to the file, no autopsy had ever been performed. No remains had been found. Nothing but a backpack in bad weather. I made a new burner profile and tried to message Sarah again. I didn't threaten, didn't accuse, just said I wanted to talk. 10 minutes later, the account was blocked. Again, I used the report to look up property records tied to her new identity. One listing popped up, a cabin about an hour away in a remote wooded area, purchased 6 months after her supposed death. I drove out there. The place was empty. No car, no lights, nothing. I knocked on the neighbor's door. An older woman answered and said the lady who lived in the cabin had left 2 days earlier. When I asked if anyone had come by recently, she said a man in a dark car showed up the day before the woman left, asking questions, looked like someone had tipped her off. I went to the local police in that area and explained what I'd found. They told me since Sarah had a new legal identity and I didn't have proof of fraud or danger, there wasn't anything they could do. I asked if the forged death certificate counted. They told me that would be a matter for a different department and that I'd need legal representation to pursue it. I went home and wrote a full summary of everything I had so far. I sent it anonymously to a legal advice forum and included redacted copies of the property documents, the death certificate, and a timeline of events. I avoided sharing any real names or personal details, but included enough that someone familiar with the law could follow what had happened. Later that night, I received a message through the forum's anonymous response feature. A lawyer specializing in insurance and identity fraud asked if I was open to a consultation. I called the number he provided. He confirmed that what I was describing could qualify as conspiracy, document forgery, and insurance fraud depending on the payout structure. The next day, I went back through the marketplace screenshots. The jewelry listings had been taken down. The profile was deleted. Every trace of it was gone. That's when I realized someone on my side must have warned Sarah. The only people I had spoken to directly were my sister and my parents. My parents wouldn't have known the specifics of what I had found, but my sister had seen the investigator's report. I started preparing to confront her again. This time, not to ask questions, but to get answers. And if she didn't want to give them willingly, I was ready to make sure she had no choice. I went to my sister's house unannounced. This time I didn't bother being gentle. I walked in with printed records, the private investigator's report, screenshots, and emails. I put everything on her kitchen table and told her I wasn't leaving without answers. If she lied or refused, I'd go to the police and bring up conspiracy and obstruction. She broke down after a few minutes. She admitted it. Sarah had called her a few months before she vanished, panicked, crying, saying she couldn't take it anymore. According to her, Sarah felt trapped in the marriage and didn't think anyone would believe her if she filed for divorce. She was convinced I'd manipulate the situation and that disappearing was the only way out. I asked why no one tried to help in a legal or professional way. Mediation, therapy, counseling, anything. My sister said Sarah didn't want to take that path. She thought Sarah wasn't mentally stable enough to follow a normal route. Everyone around her believed the story and went along with it. They didn't think through what it would do to me. Then she mentioned something I hadn't even considered. There had been a life insurance policy, a joint one we took out early in our marriage. I thought it had expired and never renewed. But after Sarah disappeared, someone filed a claim on it. I called the lawyer the next day and asked him to look into the policy. He found it had been quietly reactivated a year before Sarah's disappearance. The beneficiary listed wasn't me. It had been changed to Sarah's mother. The paperwork had been signed using a power of attorney Sarah granted to her mother before she vanished. I called the private investigator again and asked him to look through old email accounts, backups, and message recoveries. A week later, he came back with everything. Archived messages between Sarah, her parents, and my sister. They'd outlined the whole plan, dates, locations, legal loopholes, even instructions on how to disappear without leaving a trail. I organized all of it. Every document, message, and photo went into a digital archive, sorted and time-stamped. I made copies and stored them on separate drives. Then I contacted the insurance company, sent a formal notification of suspected fraud, and submitted the digital proof. They responded by freezing the policy's payout account while they launched their own internal investigation. When my sister realized how serious things had become, she blocked my number in all social media accounts. I didn't try to reach her again. As far as I'm concerned, she's no longer family. With the evidence compiled, my lawyer helped me file a civil lawsuit against Sarah's parents and my sister. We cited conspiracy to commit fraud, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and unlawful enrichment. I wasn't just after the money, I wanted everything out in the open. I went to my workplace and sat down with HR. I explained the general situation, left out names, but made it clear that a legal case involving me might gain attention soon. They appreciated the honesty and made a note of it, offering to refer me to a legal support firm if I needed it. 3 days later, I got an email forwarded from my lawyer. A legal journalist who specialized in identity fraud and staged disappearances had been tipped off anonymously. They wanted to speak with me and requested access to the case materials. We called a meeting. I gave them access to redacted versions of the files, removing any personal identifiers, and made it clear I wanted to stay anonymous for now. They agreed. A few days after that, another email arrived, this time from Sarah's lawyer. They requested a legally supervised meeting between both parties, with law enforcement present. The meeting would be recorded, and no direct contact outside legal channels would be allowed. It was clear they were trying to protect Sarah while still testing the waters for possible negotiation. I didn't respond right away. I forwarded the email to my attorney and waited for his advice. But I already knew one thing for certain. I wasn't walking away this time. Too many people had helped her vanish, and too many of them thought they'd never face consequences. The meeting was going to happen, and when it did, I was going to make sure the truth came out. Recorded, documented, and impossible to deny. The meeting with Sarah was scheduled at a neutral location, a legal conference room downtown with glass walls and a mounted camera. A police officer sat in the corner. My lawyer and I arrived first, followed by Sarah and her attorney. She walked in, head down, didn't look at me once. The officer turned on the recording device and confirmed all parties were present. Her lawyer started by laying out their narrative. According to them, Sarah had staged her death because of emotional distress. They claimed she felt overwhelmed and controlled, and that the idea of disappearing seemed safer than trying to fight through a divorce. I let them finish without interruption. When they were done, I opened my folder and handed over a USB drive. My lawyer explained what was on it: time-stamped emails, digital messages, and planning documents between Sarah, her parents, and my sister. The files showed discussions about how to disappear, how to change names legally, how to avoid detection, and even how to time the fake death to match a weekend storm. We addressed the coroner's report next. I brought out a printed copy, showing how it had been filed by a retired officer, a known friend of Sarah's family, despite no body ever being found. We highlighted that the death certificate contained language pulled from a generic template and was filed unusually fast. Then we moved on to the life insurance policy. I had records showing the policy had been modified, with the beneficiary changed to Sarah's mother just months before the staged disappearance. My lawyer asked Sarah directly who filled out the change forms. She didn't answer. Her lawyer said Sarah had no access to the money, that her parents handled everything. They claimed she never benefited financially from any of it and had only agreed to vanish out of fear. They floated the idea of a compromise. Sarah might cooperate, but only if criminal charges were taken off the table. We refused. My lawyer said we would not agree to immunity for someone who orchestrated a fake death, allowed her husband to mourn for years, and committed document fraud. We were open to reducing her civil liability if she gave us full cooperation and named every person involved. Then they pushed for blanket immunity for Sarah, her parents, my sister, and the officer who signed the report. I stood up and told them there was no deal. We weren't negotiating with criminals. The meeting ended minutes later. Sarah still hadn't said a word. She walked out the same way she came in, head down, eyes on the floor. That same evening, I filed a formal complaint with the local police department about the falsified coroner's documents. I submitted the evidence, listed the people involved, and asked for an internal review of how a death certificate was issued without a confirmed body. I made sure to include all supporting timelines. After that, I contacted a second journalist. This one worked for a national investigative outlet and had experience covering identity fraud. I gave them access to the full unredacted file, everything: names, dates, files, photos, even the screenshots from the Marketplace account. Their team began reviewing immediately, confirming authenticity and tracing the network of people involved. In the background, I started building a video timeline. I hired a digital editor to help compile a clear, step-by-step account of how everything happened, from the supposed hiking trip to the email threads, insurance paperwork, and the deleted Marketplace profile. I didn't release it yet, but I was getting it ready for the moment things went public. The private investigator I'd been working with eventually located the retired officer who had signed the questionable death certificate. He claimed he didn't remember the case and that he'd only filed what he was told. But during the meeting, he looked nervous. He avoided eye contact, shifted in his seat, and couldn't explain why the certificate was filed so quickly. My lawyer drafted a subpoena the next day to compel him to testify under oath. While all of this was unfolding, I received a legal notice from Sarah's parents. They were filing a countersuit against me for harassment and reputational harm. My lawyer wasn't surprised. He said it was a delay tactic, probably to discourage me from pushing forward. But we were prepared. I went back to my workplace and met again with Human Resources. I explained what had developed: the civil lawsuit, the upcoming criminal charges, the media involvement. They looped in a senior advisor and connected me to their legal protection partner. They also offered to update my internal record so I wouldn't face repercussions if any of this became public. At this point, every piece was in motion. Civil court was coming. Criminal investigations were active. The media was watching, and no one involved could hide behind fake names or forged papers anymore. My friend uploaded the video timeline we'd been working on. It went live under a newly created anonymous channel with no links to me. The footage started with clips from Sarah's disappearance and ended with screen recordings of the Marketplace profile, timestamps, voiceover narrating the timeline, and screenshots of key evidence. Within 48 hours, it started picking up traction. Forums began sharing it. Independent investigators and legal commentators started stitching together the facts. The most common comment was disbelief that something like this could actually happen without anyone stepping in sooner. Not long after, a major national news outlet reached out. Their editorial team had reviewed the video and traced the related legal filings. They wanted confirmation and asked for an exclusive report. I agreed under one condition. My name and personal identifiers would remain protected. They agreed, and their fact-checking team coordinated with my attorney to verify each document. Then I got called into my company's HR office. I expected the worst, but instead, the tone was surprisingly calm. They said they'd seen mentions of an anonymous case involving life insurance fraud and a fake death, and wanted to clarify if it was connected to me. I confirmed it, explained the measures I'd taken, and reminded them they already had the file I'd submitted earlier for transparency. They didn't ask me to step down or go on leave. Later that day, a few co-workers quietly stopped by my office to check in, some just nodding before walking away. A few left short notes of support. While that was happening, the private investigators sent over an urgent update. Sarah's new identity had been supported by forged government records. The driver's license, birth certificate, and name change were all processed with internal access. The link, a longtime family friend of Sarah's mother who worked in the county records office. The documents weren't just fake. They had been entered into the official system. Law enforcement followed up quickly. Sarah's mother was brought in for questioning. According to someone inside the station, she broke down and admitted to arranging the fraudulent identity through her friend. She claimed she thought it would be temporary, just to let Sarah reset her life. The records department employee was placed on immediate leave. An internal government probe was opened to investigate how many other fake identities may have been processed under similar circumstances. The countersuit Sarah's parents filed was officially thrown out. The judge dismissed it with prejudice, citing procedural manipulation and overwhelming contradictory evidence. Their lawyer tried to delay by requesting an extension, but it was denied. My lawyer then filed a request to freeze all assets connected to the life insurance payout, bank accounts, investment accounts, and the cabin purchased in Sarah's alias. The judge granted a temporary freeze while the investigation progressed. That same week, one of my cousins tried to call me. I didn't answer. Then they messaged saying my sister wanted to talk again, that she had more to explain despite having already confessed everything earlier. I blocked the cousin immediately. I had made it clear, anyone who tried to act as a bridge for her was cutting themselves off from me for good. I haven't spoken to either of them since. 3 days later, I got an email with no name, no subject. Attached were 6 vacation photos. They showed Sarah in Greece, at a beachside villa. The metadata confirmed the date, 6 months before I found her marketplace profile. Her legal team had previously claimed she'd spent that time in mental health treatment at a private facility. The GPS data embedded in the images matched a luxury rental booked under her alias. I sent the files to the private investigator and asked him to trace the payment trail, plane tickets, lodging, meals, anything that connected her alias to actual expenses. He started digging immediately and uncovered purchases linked to a foreign travel agency with ties to a prepaid account and her new name. After the photos surfaced, Sarah's lawyer contacted my legal team again. This time their tone had changed. They wanted another meeting. Their offer was full disclosure, names, timelines, access to original documents, in exchange for avoiding federal charges. My lawyer reviewed the request and responded with clear terms. There would be no deal unless Sarah signed a full confession, returned every document tied to her alias, and accepted financial restitution. Meanwhile, I got a call from the detective leading the review of the death certificate. He told me the officer who signed off on it, the same family friend of Sarah's parents, was now being investigated separately. Preliminary findings showed he had signed off on several questionable documents in past years. They believed he may have accepted a bribe to finalize Sarah's death certificate without ever seeing a body. The pressure was building from all sides. What started as a staged disappearance was now unraveling as a full-scale fraud investigation, with legal, financial, and government systems caught in the middle. Every day brought something new, and none of it was slowing down. The pre-trial hearing for the insurance fraud case took place inside a packed courtroom. Representatives from the insurance company stood beside their legal counsel, confirming on record that they intended to press charges against Sarah's parents. The fraud unit had finished its internal investigation. Their report matched the timeline we'd submitted, the policy changes, the fake death certificate, and the altered payout details. It was enough for the court to move forward. Sarah's legal team submitted her written confession shortly after. In it, she admitted to faking her death and listed her parents and the city official as active participants. The confession detailed how her parents pushed the plan from the start, including orchestrating the timing of her disappearance, handling the forged identity documents, and redirecting the life insurance money through manipulated channels. The private investigator verified the financial side. Sarah's parents had purchased a vacation property less than 8 months after receiving the payout, a beachfront condo registered in a trust connected to Sarah's mother. My lawyer submitted a motion to freeze the property. We attached a trail of wire transfers from the insurance payout into the purchase. The judge approved it temporarily, pending final judgment. Local media picked up the story within days. Headlines ran about the staged death and the role of public officials in the cover-up. The pressure reached Sarah's father, who held a minor government position. He resigned abruptly, citing family matters just before the network exposé aired. A reporter tried to speak with him during a City Hall exit, but he left through a side entrance. The journalist covering the long-form story asked if I was ready to go public. After reviewing what was already circulating and how much had been uncovered, I agreed. It wasn't about personal justice anymore. It was about exposing every part of what they did. My name was included in the piece. The exposé ran as a digital release and in print. It hit national outlets within 24 hours. The public reaction was split. A large number of people supported the case and called for full prosecution. But there were others, mostly in smaller online circles, who defended Sarah based on her early claims of emotional manipulation. They dismissed the evidence, claimed the confession was coerced, and repeated the old narrative that she had disappeared out of fear. That changed when a licensed therapist who had conducted counseling sessions with us before her disappearance stepped forward. He submitted a sworn affidavit to the court, confirming there had never been any report, indication, or suspicion of abuse or manipulation during the sessions. His notes showed normal disagreements, but no red flags. That one document discredited the foundation of Sarah's public defense and shifted the narrative back toward the facts. The court then subpoenaed my sister to appear as a material witness. She initially tried to plead the Fifth Amendment, but the judge ruled that her prior written communication, especially her email participation in the planning, waived that right in this context. She took the stand reluctantly. Under oath, she broke down midway through her testimony. She admitted Sarah told her that I would fight a divorce and that faking her death was the only way to be free. She said she had doubts, but Sarah was desperate and convincing, and their parents supported the idea fully. The courtroom was silent while she spoke. The judge called for a short recess afterward. Later that week, Sarah's mother issued a public statement through her attorney. It wasn't a full apology, but she admitted she'd made a terrible mistake in helping her daughter disappear instead of guiding her toward a legal resolution. She claimed she acted out of love. Public reaction didn't budge much. Some called her brave for admitting the truth. Others pointed out that the only reason she spoke now was because of legal pressure. Over the next few days, I started hearing from old friends, people who had drifted away when Sarah first went missing. A few of them believed I had something to do with it back then, or just didn't know how to be around someone dealing with that kind of loss. Some apologized through short texts. Others called, asked to meet for coffee, or sent long messages explaining why they believed what they did. I acknowledged a few. Others I let stay in the past. Civil and criminal trial dates were confirmed by the court shortly after. My legal team began preparing for a long process, starting with restitution, then moving into the criminal charges phase. The next year would be courtroom after courtroom, but the momentum was now in our favor. The documents were in order. The fraud was mapped. The people responsible had confessed or been exposed. What started with a fake death had grown into something massive, and now it was all unfolding publicly, with nowhere left for them to hide. The civil trial opened with 3 defendants seated across from me: Sarah's parents and the city official who approved the death certificate. Each had separate legal teams. The courtroom was full: reporters, legal observers, and people just curious to see how a fake death case unfolded in real life. Cameras weren't allowed inside, but sketches and updates hit the news within the hour. The first major piece of evidence my lawyer presented was a recorded audio file. It came from Sarah's second legal interview and had been obtained through discovery. In it, she clearly stated that the entire plan, from her disappearance to the insurance payout, was arranged by her parents. She explained how they sourced the forged identity documents, prepped the alias, and used connections to fast-track everything through official channels. The court responded by issuing a formal freeze on the vacation condo Sarah's parents had purchased with the life insurance money. The freeze would stay in effect until the restitution decision was finalized. A separate motion was granted to include additional assets in the freeze, including brokerage accounts held under shell corporations. Next, the private investigator submitted a report confirming that Sarah's travel arrangements, flights, lodging, and prepaid transportation had been booked through a known fraudulent travel agent. This agent had already been flagged in multiple cases for helping individuals create new lives abroad using fake documents. The bookings dated back to 10 months before her disappearance, proving the plan wasn't reactive or driven by a mental health episode, but premeditated financial fraud. To support that, we called a forensic email analyst who had gone through Sarah's archived emails. He presented a timeline of drafts, sent messages, and deleted threads that showed clear discussion between Sarah, her parents, and her sister about practicing her alias, changing her appearance, and even doing mock introductions under her new name at a rental apartment across state lines. During testimony, Sarah herself admitted that her mother pressured her into agreeing. She said her mother threatened to cut her off financially if she backed out, even though the plan had already been underway for months. Despite that claim, the judge made it clear that coercion would be considered, but not as a defense for full participation in the planning and execution of the fraud. We submitted a full damage report compiled by a trauma specialist and a legal evaluator. It covered loss of income, reputational damage, emotional distress, and the ongoing impact on my personal and professional life. It also included third-party evaluations and psychological assessments, which the court accepted into evidence without objection. An unexpected envelope arrived mid-trial. It came from a former co-worker of Sarah's from years back. Inside was a typed letter describing how Sarah had talked for months about wanting to start a new life and mentioned trying it out with a new name. The letter was signed, notarized, and authenticated. It was entered into the official record and linked back to a time long before she disappeared. Then another betrayal surfaced. I found out that a distant cousin had tried to sell sealed court updates to a tabloid. A journalist forwarded the email chain to my lawyer. I confronted the cousin once, confirmed it was true, then blocked him permanently. I also added him to our list of restricted contacts on the legal side. No one helping the other side gets to remain in my life. Sarah's legal team tried one more move. They filed a motion to reduce her civil liability based on familial coercion. They claimed she had been emotionally pressured into going along with her parents' plan and shouldn't be held fully responsible. The judge reviewed the submitted evidence and denied the motion outright, stating that her active role was clearly documented. Due to rising media attention and some false narratives making the rounds online, I hired a public relations consultant. They helped draft accurate statements, review leaks, and coordinate with media contacts so that misinformation didn't take over the story. My lawyer also submitted a request for my identity to be withheld from all publicly accessible future court filings. Given the national attention and ongoing digital threats, we argued that privacy protection was reasonable. The motion was granted under emergency relief and would stay in place through the criminal proceedings. Meanwhile, The city official who validated the original death certificate was officially suspended from his post. The internal investigation revealed at least 4 more questionable cases he'd signed off on in the last 5 years. A formal review board was assembled to evaluate his conduct and determine if criminal charges were appropriate. In one of the final court sessions, Sarah's father was confronted with financial records showing he laundered the insurance money through multiple accounts. Under cross-examination, he finally cracked. His voice shook, and he admitted to using the funds to secure properties, stocks, and offshore assets. He tried to justify it as keeping it safe, but the court didn't accept the excuse. As the civil trial moved toward its final ruling, my legal team and I shifted focus. The next battle would be criminal court, fraud, conspiracy, forgery, and government misconduct. Felony charges were on the table. Testimonies would be harder, sentences could carry years, and everything we had built so far would now be used to secure convictions. The criminal trial opened just weeks after the civil case wrapped. It was held in a larger courtroom to accommodate media, press representatives, and observers. The charges listed were insurance fraud, conspiracy, obstruction of justice, and falsification of government records. The courtroom layout was the same, but this time the atmosphere was heavier. Criminal charges meant real sentences. Prosecutors opened with financial records. They showed direct wire transfers from the life insurance company into a joint account held by Sarah's parents. From there, funds were split and used to purchase luxury items, jewelry, cars, vacation bookings, and international investments. The account trail matched our timeline exactly. Sarah's parents sat motionless while the documents were projected on a large screen. When I was called to testify, I kept my statement focused on the timeline and the documented betrayal. I explained the impact of believing my wife had died, planning her funeral, and building a life around grief, only to find out she had been alive the entire time. I described the discovery process, the marketplace profile, the blocked messages, the confirmation from the private investigator, and the reactions of my family. I listed what had been lost: time, trust, relationships, and mental health. Sarah's defense team tried to spin the same story they'd floated earlier, that she faked her death out of fear and emotional desperation. But the inconsistencies in her claims quickly fell apart under cross-examination. The licensed therapist who had counseled us both before her disappearance testified again. He presented his notes and evaluations, confirming there were no records or signs of abuse, manipulation, or fear. His testimony directly contradicted Sarah's defense narrative. Then came Sarah's former co-worker. She took the stand and stated under oath that Sarah had talked openly about wanting a clean escape. She described her alias as a fresh chapter, not a way to escape danger. The co-worker said Sarah never appeared afraid. If anything, she seemed proud of the plan and confident about starting over. A retired officer was called in as a witness for the prosecution. He revealed that he had raised concerns internally about the suspicious nature of Sarah's death certificate. He noticed it lacked verification steps and hadn't gone through standard clearance. But when he questioned it, he was told to leave it alone. He described it as a quiet shutdown, hinting at broader corruption. That was enough for the judge to order a forensic audit of the police department and the coroner's office. An external agency was brought in to review records, communications, and case handling procedures from the past decade. The fallout spread beyond just Sarah's case. Multiple past death certificates were flagged for inconsistencies. Sarah's legal team requested a recess and returned with a plea deal. Sarah pled guilty to conspiracy and insurance fraud. As part of the deal, she named her parents and the city official as co-conspirators. Her statement was read aloud in court and entered into the record. The room was completely silent as each name was listed and each role explained. We then presented new evidence showing that Sarah's mother had submitted a fake psychiatric report in support of Sarah's name change and relocation. The signature had been copied from a template, and the therapist listed didn't exist. When confronted, Sarah's mother attempted to retract her earlier cooperation agreement, but under cross-examination, she contradicted herself multiple times. The judge charged her with perjury on the spot. The coroner who had filed the death certificate was next. Internal records from the audit showed a pattern of falsified approvals and missing verification forms. He was arrested at his home that evening. A search of his office revealed multiple unsigned and incomplete reports tucked in a personal drawer. As the trial progressed, transcripts and evidence files became public. Once the recordings were released, national attention exploded. News outlets ran special reports. Legal commentators called it one of the most outrageous abuse of system cases in recent years. Online protests started demanding reform to the death certificate process and background checks for public employees. Offline, rallies were held at courthouses in support of stricter identity documentation laws. The final verdict was delivered in a packed courtroom. Sarah received 5 years of probation with mandatory therapy and a ban on future name changes for a decade. Her parents were sentenced to 3.5 years in prison for fraud and conspiracy. The city official who approved the death certificate lost his pension and was fined the maximum allowed under state corruption laws. As I exited the courthouse, a documentary producer approached me. He had followed the case from the beginning. He offered to produce a documentary with full editorial control given to me. I didn't say yes immediately. We scheduled a meeting to review his terms and credentials. What mattered most was that the story remained truthful, not dramatized or twisted into something it wasn't. That day marked the end of the trial but not the end of the consequences. More investigations were opening. More people were watching. But finally, after years of silence and deception, the truth was on record, official, documented, and public. Once the sentencing was finalized and the media coverage began to slow, I quietly packed up and moved to a new city. No interviews, no social announcements, just a clean relocation. I picked a place where I didn't know anyone and nobody knew me. The goal wasn't to hide, just to start again without the weight of every neighbor whispering about courtrooms and fake deaths. I completed the counseling sessions required by the court over the following months. I kept most of it to myself, but I reconnected with a handful of friends who had stood by me since the beginning. A few had stayed quiet during the trial, not knowing how to support me, but they showed up again when it ended. I started inviting people over again. Nothing big, just slow, careful steps back into a normal life. The documentary deal went through after several rounds of negotiation. I kept full control of the story. The producers agreed to let me review the final cut, approve the script, and decide when it would be released. They even allowed me to pull out at any stage if I felt it was being turned into something it wasn't. We filmed in segments, court records, interviews, archived footage, and new narration. I chose not to appear on camera only as a voice. The restitution claim was finally processed by the insurance company. It took nearly a year of internal auditing, but they approved the full payout. Sarah's parents' assets, including the condo, their savings accounts, and several investment holdings were liquidated to repay damages. The funds were sent directly to a victim compensation trust, and from there I received what I had been legally owed since the day she vanished. The court finalized the sale of the vacation home. The new owner had no connection to the case and wanted to gut the place. I signed off on the documents without seeing it again. That house had been built on a lie, and I had no reason to care what happened to it. Sarah's alias was officially erased from all databases. The judge ruled that she couldn't apply for another name change or altered identity for at least 10 years. Every trace of that fake life was pulled from the records. Her probation officer would be the one monitoring future legal filings. A few weeks after the case closed, I received a letter in the mail with no return address. It was from my sister. I recognized her handwriting instantly. I didn't open it. I shredded it and tossed the pieces in a bin across town. She had chosen her side. I had chosen mine. The fallout from the case forced the state to review its documentation protocols. Within months, the Department of Health issued new procedures for death certifications. From now on, every certificate had to pass through 3 separate verification levels. Each signatory had to include digital timestamps and GPS-confirmed documentation of the site of death or body recovery. The changes were named after the case code used during Sarah's trial. I wrote a guest op-ed for a legal blog that covered digital fraud and document abuse. The piece focused on how easy it had been for Sarah to fake a death, and how critical digital trails had become in unraveling the truth. I avoided naming anyone. The goal was to warn, not relive. A few weeks later, I got an email from a university criminal justice department. They were holding a seminar on forensic investigation and identity manipulation. They invited me to speak. I agreed under anonymity, voice only, and with pre-approved questions. The talk went well. I shared only facts, no emotion, just the process, just the damage it caused. The documentary aired 6 months later. It didn't just get national attention, it went global. Viewers across different countries were stunned by how easy it had been for one woman and her family to disappear, defraud a company, and manipulate a system built on trust. News outlets picked it up again. Legal podcasts debated every frame. Law schools started using it in ethics classes. After it aired, I received hundreds of messages from strangers. Some had survived similar stories. Others had been silenced by legal threats or ignored by police. They thanked me for coming forward. Some asked for help. Some just needed to say they weren't alone. The documentary's impact went beyond headlines. Lawmakers started proposing reforms. New insurance verification protocols, improved oversight on missing persons filings, tighter controls on legal name changes. Hearings were scheduled. Investigations were reopened. People were finally paying attention. I started reconnecting with new people socially. Nothing serious at first, just coffee, walks, and conversation. I was upfront about my past. I didn't hide the story. Most people already knew it, but being honest helped weed out the ones who couldn't handle it. Slowly, I found someone who understood the difference between surviving something and being defined by it. The final scene of the documentary showed a shot they filmed privately. I stood at the edge of the lake where Sarah had pretended to fall. No camera crew, no narration, just wind and water and silence. I didn't speak. I didn't look at the camera, I just stood there, not to grieve, not to relive it, but to close the story. For good. Story 2. My name's Ryan, I'm 32, and if there's one thing I've learned the hard way, it's that nothing cuts deeper than betrayal that comes from your own blood. 6 years ago, I thought I had it all figured out. I had just landed a solid job in IT security, saved up for a down payment on a condo, and most importantly, I was in love. Her name was Elise. She wasn't flashy, wasn't the loudest person in the room, but she had this calm presence that made you feel like the world could fall apart and she'd still be standing with you. I had the ring, I had the speech, I even had the dinner reservation. And then my brother, Drew, swooped in like a vulture dressed in a slim fit button-down and that smug grin he always wore when he thought he'd won something. I don't know exactly how it happened, just that 1 week before I was going to propose, Elise pulled me aside, sat me down in the quietest corner of our favorite coffee shop, and told me she was confused. She said she felt something with someone else. And when I asked who, she hesitated just long enough for my stomach to drop before whispering, Drew, my older brother, the golden child. The one who never missed a chance to point out that I was always a step behind. The one who could charm a room and suck all the air out of it, then ask why no one else was breathing. He'd always been the louder one, the funnier one, the one our parents looked to with pride while I got the well, as long as you're trying your best, pat on the shoulder. I can't say I was surprised he tried something like this. I was surprised she said yes. They moved in together 3 months later. I cut contact, didn't answer Drew's texts, didn't respond when Elise emailed me, twice, asking if we could talk sometime. I didn't go to their engagement party, though Mom tried guilt-tripping me into it. Family is family, Ryan, she said. But all I heard was, your feelings don't matter as much as appearances. So I did what I always do. I shut down, got quiet, and focused on work. I poured everything into my career. I stopped checking social media. I built walls that even I couldn't see over. And in those walls I found peace, or at least something that looked like it. Then last week Dad died. It wasn't sudden. He'd been sick for a while, lung cancer. But even though we all saw it coming, the finality of the call still hit like a train. I hadn't seen him in almost a year, but I still cried. Alone. In my apartment. While Drew posted photos of Dad from his hospital bed with long-winded captions about cherishing every moment and the honor of being his son, I wanted to scream. Drew, who hadn't even visited last Christmas. Drew, who only started showing up again when he found out Dad had a sizable life insurance policy. The funeral was last Saturday. Black suits, gray skies, people I hadn't seen in years whispering into tissues. I arrived early, sat in the back. Quiet, I didn't want attention, I didn't want to talk to anyone, I just wanted to say goodbye. But of course, that wasn't in Drew's plan. He walked in 20 minutes late, hand in hand with Elise. She was wearing black, but it was the kind of black that clung to her curves like it was stitched in arrogance. Drew, meanwhile, looked like he was walking a red carpet instead of stepping into a church. He saw me almost immediately. I could feel his eyes scanning the room until they landed on mine, and that's when he smirked. "Some guys just finish first," he said as he passed me in the aisle, loud enough for anyone near us to hear. I didn't flinch. I didn't blink. I just smiled. Then I said, "You still working that office job?" His smirk twitched just slightly. He wasn't expecting that, but that wasn't the punch. That came next. Because just then, a sleek black limo pulled up outside the church and the door opened. My wife stepped out, and when Drew turned, curious, wondering who I was smiling at, he saw her, and I swear he nearly dropped Elise's hand. The moment he saw her, his whole posture changed. His chest, which had been puffed out like a peacock's, deflated. His shoulders dropped a fraction, and his jaw hung open just long enough for Elise to notice. She followed his gaze, confused, until her eyes landed on her. Sabrina, elegant, composed, the kind of woman who didn't need to raise her voice to own a room. She stepped out of the limo in heels that clicked like punctuation marks, wearing a tailored navy coat that stopped just above the knees and sunglasses that didn't quite hide the sharp focus in her eyes. She wasn't flashy. She was the kind of woman who made flash irrelevant. She walked over to me with the same calm presence Elise used to have, only now I could see the difference. Sabrina didn't borrow grace, she carried it. She took my hand and kissed my cheek, and for a moment I forgot we were at a funeral. The air between us didn't just shift, it changed ownership. Drew blinked like he was seeing a ghost. Elise's expression twisted, not with jealousy, but with something worse, regret. I could almost hear the gears turning in her head. Drew was mouthing something, barely audible. "Is that Sabrina DeWitt?" Yep, the same Sabrina DeWitt who had once graced the cover of Forbes 30 Under 30. The same one who spoke at 3 tech conferences a year, had started her own company from scratch, and whose clients included half the Fortune 500. And the same woman who, unlike Elise, actually saw me. Who liked me when I was quiet, who didn't need me to perform to be enough. But I didn't say a word, I just turned back toward the altar with her hand in mine. The ceremony began, and I could feel Drew's eyes boring into the back of my head the whole time. He was unraveling, and I didn't have to lift a finger. But that wasn't the moment things truly shifted. That came later at the wake. The reception was held at our parents' old estate, a place that, to me, still smelled like burnt toast and disappointment. The house was full of mourners, and Drew was in his element. Shaking hands, laughing too loud, telling stories about Dad like he'd been his caretaker instead of a once-a-month visitor. Elise was glued to his side, occasionally tossing glances at Sabrina and me from across the room. At one point, I walked into the kitchen to get a glass of water and found my mother there, stirring something on the stove. She didn't look up. "I saw who you brought," she said. I waited. And she sighed, deep and theatrical. "It's just, this isn't a competition, Ryan. It's your father's funeral." "I didn't make it a competition," I said calmly. "Drew did, 6 years ago." She turned around then, eyes sharp, spoon still in hand. "You're still bitter about Elise? You were barely dating a year, and Drew loved her." I actually laughed. "I was going to propose, you knew that." She waved the spoon dismissively like she was batting away a fly. "You weren't ready. You never were, always so cautious, so quiet. Drew goes after what he wants. Maybe you should have done the same." And just like that, I was 12 again. Sitting at the dinner table while Drew got praised for making the soccer team, and I got scolded for getting a B in math. I was 17, watching him get the keys to Dad's car while I got told I wasn't responsible enough yet. I was 25, listening to Mom tell me that Elise was more Drew's type anyway when I first told her what had happened. But I wasn't 12, or 17, or 25. I was 32, and I was done. So I said thanks for the advice and walked out. Later that evening, as the sky darkened and the crowd thinned, Drew cornered me on the back porch. His sleeves were rolled up and he had a glass of something dark in his hand. Scotch, probably. The same kind Dad used to drink. He leaned on the railing next to me and didn't speak right away. "Then you really married her?" "Yeah," I said, sipping my water. "Crazy world," he scoffed. "You always were lucky." I turned to him. "No. You always thought charm and shortcuts were the same thing as work. That's not luck." He stared at me. "Come on, Ryan, I mean Sabrina DeWitt." "Really?" I shrugged. "She saw something in me, I guess." "Yeah," he muttered. "Bitter, something with a lot of zeros in her bank account." That's when it hit me. He wasn't shocked I was with Sabrina because he thought I wasn't good enough. He was mad because she was out of his reach. And suddenly Elise didn't look so smug anymore. She looked like a consolation prize. He was about to say more, but then Mom called from inside. "Drew, the lawyer's here." He straightened up fast, like a teenager called to dinner. "Ah yes, the will, and here's where things started to unravel, not for me. No, I had already grieved my father, already built my own life. But Drew, he still believed he was the star of the show. He had no idea what Dad had really been planning these past few years. But before we got to the lawyer and the will reading, something else happened. Something small but explosive. Back inside, as people were gathering around the sitting room, I saw Elise whisper something into Mom's ear. They both glanced at me. Then Mom turned and said, "Ryan, could I have a word? In private." I nodded and followed her into the hallway. She closed the door behind us. "Elise is worried that Sabrina might cause distractions. She's very high profile, you know." I stared at her. "You want her to leave?" "Just for the reading. It's family, Ryan." I almost laughed again, but there was no humor in it this time. "You know," I said slowly, "I used to think maybe you just didn't understand how much your favoritism affected me. But now I see it clearly. You chose not to see it." "Ryan, no." I cut in, voice calm low. "You and Drew can have your little alliance, but Sabrina is my wife. She stays." I turned and walked away. That was when I noticed the lawyer. A man in a navy blazer with a worn briefcase setting up at the front of the room. And Drew, he was already in the front row, one arm around Elise, that smug grin creeping back onto his face. He had no idea what was coming. The lawyer cleared his throat and opened the folder slowly, drawing everyone's attention. The room fell quiet, but there was a tension in the air, static, unspoken, almost ritualistic. I looked around the room, scanning faces I hadn't seen in years. Most of them had aged. Some hadn't changed at all. And Drew, he sat tall, confident, with his leg crossed and a drunken hand like he was already calculating the numbers in his head. "I'd like to begin by thanking everyone for being here today." The lawyer started, his voice dry and practiced. Mr. Harold Whitmore's final wishes were very clearly outlined in this document, which he updated in fully a year ago. At the mention of the being updated, I saw Drew stiffen just slightly. His fingers paused on the rim of his glass. He asked that I read the following aloud. The lawyer pulled out a smaller sheet of paper and began reading a personal message Dad had left behind. It wasn't poetic. It wasn't warm. It was matter of fact, the way Dad always was. "To my family, if you are hearing this, then I am gone. I have no illusions that I was perfect, and I know I left many things unsaid. But I want my last actions to speak clearly. I've spent the last year watching more carefully than most of you know. I've seen who showed up and who didn't, who gave with no expectations and who took with both hands. What I built will not go to waste. Not again." A few people shifted in their seats. Mom blinked hard, her lips pressed tight. Drew, however, gave a tiny smirk like he thought Dad was talking about me. I felt Sabrina's hand gently rest on mine. The lawyer placed the paper down and lifted the actual will. "Let's begin with the estate," he said. "Mr. Whitmore's residence, valued at approximately $2.1 million, will be transferred to—" Drew leaned forward slightly. "Ryan Whitmore." You could have heard a fork drop. I didn't move, didn't blink. My expression didn't change, but inside my heart skipped, not from joy, from shock. Drew's head jerked toward me. What he blurted, the lawyer didn't flinch. "The primary residence, along with all its contents, belongs solely to Mr. Ryan Whitmore." "That has to be a mistake," Mom said, her voice rising. "Harold promised Drew the house years ago. There was a previous version of the will, the lawyer confirmed, but it was legally nullified and replaced. This version is final and notarized." Drew stood up, knocking over his glass. "This is ridiculous," Dad said. "He told me." "Please sit down, Mr. Whitmore." The lawyer interrupted, still calm. Drew didn't sit. He was staring at me now, face flushed. Elise reached for his arm, but he shook her off. "What did you do, Ryan? What did you say to him?" "Nothing," I said evenly. Maybe he just saw things for what they were, but that wasn't the betrayal, that came next. The lawyer continued down the list. Stocks, accounts, trust funds. Some to me, some to charitable causes Dad had supported quietly over the years. Small things to extended family. And then, as for the remaining family business assets, the lawyer said, glancing down again, including Whitmore Logistics and its 51% majority shares, these have been placed in a private family trust controlled by. He paused. Sabrina Whitmore. The air went still. Even I was caught off guard. Drew's eyes went wide. What, her? Are you kidding me? She's not even. She's not family. She is, I said quietly, my wife. The lawyer looked up. Mr. Harold Whitmore explicitly stated that he admired Mrs. Whitmore's business acumen and her vision for long-term sustainability. The trust ensures voting control over the company remains in her hands. Mr. Drew Whitmore retains no shares. That was the knife. But the twist came from the person none of us expected. Mom stood up. Harold would never do that, she snapped. He would never give it to her, not over his own son. The lawyer calmly unfolded another letter. Mrs. Whitmore, there's a personal note addressed to you. Would you like me to read it? I don't care what it says, she barked, eyes burning. The lawyer read it anyway. To Margaret, you've spent the better part of 30 years telling me which son deserved more. I let you. I thought I was avoiding conflict. But I saw how you treated Ryan after Elise left him. I saw how little you believed in him. I stayed quiet when you tried to push Drew into the company, but I'm done staying quiet. This company will go to the person who reminds me most of the man I once wanted to be. You may not like it. That's your burden to carry now. Silence fell, like someone had shut off the sound in the room. Mom's mouth opened, then closed. Drew just stood there, hands shaking. Elise was shrinking beside him, her eyes flicking between everyone like she wanted to disappear. And then Drew snapped. You manipulated him, he said, pointing at me. This is some twisted game. You think you've won, huh? Because you married some rich woman and kissed up to Dad on his deathbed. I stood. I didn't have to manipulate anyone, I said. I just showed up. He moved toward me fast, too fast. But Sabrina stepped in between us without hesitation. Calm but firm. Don't, she said, just that. But her voice could have stopped traffic. Drew glared at her, then at me. And then, for the first time in years, I saw something I'd never seen in his eyes before. Fear, not of me, not of Sabrina, but of what he'd lost, of what he never really had. He turned to Elise, expecting support, but she just stared at the floor, and that's when I knew. He had no one left to blame but himself, but the real fallout hadn't even begun yet. Because as the room emptied and the lawyer packed up, Sabrina leaned in and whispered something to me, and when I heard it, I almost dropped her hand. Sabrina didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. Her words were like a scalpel, precise, quiet, and instantly sharp. He tried to contact me, she whispered before the funeral. A week ago through a mutual client. I didn't react right away. I just kept my eyes on the now half-empty room, watching Drew storm off toward the garage like a man looking for something to break. My throat tightened. When? I asked. Last Friday, she said softly. He asked our client to pass along his number to me. Said it was about a business proposal. I didn't tell you because I wanted to see what kind of move he was making first. And now we knew. He hadn't just stolen the woman I loved years ago. He hadn't just paraded her in front of me at our father's funeral or mocked me with that smug little jab about finishing first. He was still trying to sink his claws into everything I had, even after everything that had just happened. And the worst part, it still hurt. I thought I was past it. I thought marrying Sabrina, rebuilding my life, and watching Drew's smug smile finally crumble would be enough. But it wasn't. Because somewhere deep down, part of me still wanted a brother. Still wanted my mother to see me just once, without measuring me against the shadow she'd shaped Drew into. Later that night, I stood in my old childhood bedroom. Now empty, stripped down, the posters and trophies long gone. Just 4 beige walls and a small desk that still had a carved R+ in the corner. I must have done that when I was 13, when I still believed love was permanent and families were forever. Sabrina had gone to take a call outside. I told her I needed a moment alone. That's when I saw it. An old photo on the shelf above the desk, faded, bent at the edges. It was me and Drew in high school. We were at some summer lake trip, shirtless, grinning, arms slung around each other's shoulders like we actually had each other's backs. He had that same cocky smile. And I looked like I hadn't learned how much it could all be ripped away yet. I sank into the creaky desk chair, elbows on my knees, hands rubbing at my face. All those years of trying to earn respect, trying to be the better man, trying not to let the bitterness fester. And now here I was, sitting in the wreckage of a family that had never really valued me, a father who came around too late, a mother who still thought I was the backup plan, a brother who saw me as little more than a stepping stone to his next win. I didn't cry, not this time, but I felt hollow, and I hated that part of me still cared. When Sabrina came back in, she didn't say anything. She just placed a hand on my shoulder and stood beside me in silence. I reached up and took her hand, threading my fingers through hers. "I don't want to fight them," I murmured. "Not anymore." "You don't have to," she said. "But I also can't just keep letting them rewrite the narrative. I can't let Drew twist this into another story where I'm the villain who stole his life." "Then don't," she said simply. "Tell the truth. In your way. On your terms." Her words stuck with me. I stayed up that night walking the halls of the estate. Every corner held some piece of a memory, some good, some sour. I found myself in Dad's study around 2 a.m. flipping through some of his old journals and notes. He wasn't much of a writer, but he'd kept records, letters he never sent, budget notes, even printouts of old emails between him and our family lawyer. In one of them I found a sentence that stopped me cold. "Ryan's not loud, but he's solid. I don't say it enough, but he's who I'd want in charge if it all came down." I didn't know whether to feel pride or anger. Why had he never said this to me? Why did he only find his voice through paperwork and lawyers after he was gone? But that sentence, it lit something in me. Not rage, not revenge, just resolve. I closed the folder, pulled out my phone, and began typing. The next morning I asked Sabrina to help me get a few things moving. I made calls. I contacted the board of Whitmore Logistics. I started reviewing the bylaws. I didn't know exactly what I was building toward yet, but I knew I wasn't going to just sit back and watch Drew throw one last tantrum and try to burn everything down. Because he would. I knew that now. This wasn't over for him, not by a long shot, but it was changing for me. I wasn't going to play defense anymore. And if Drew wanted to test how solid I really was, he'd get his answer soon enough. The shift didn't happen overnight. It never does. But over the next few weeks, something changed, not just around me, but in me. I returned home with Sabrina to our place in Seattle, a penthouse with wide windows and a quiet view of the Sound. The kind of home that felt calm, like it had nothing to prove. I remember standing on the balcony that first evening back, watching the sun dissolve into the ocean, feeling something I hadn't felt in a long time. Certainty. Not about what I'd do next, but about why I had to do it. Drew was silent for about 10 days after the whole reading. No texts, no calls, not even one of his dramatic rants on social media. I knew what that meant. He was scrambling. Behind closed doors, he was surely contacting every connection, every lawyer, every family friend who might find a loophole or some shred of sympathy to rally behind him. He'd always believed that confidence could fill in the gaps where competence failed. But now, there were no shortcuts, no mom to whisper in Dad's ear, no Elise to run to when the lights dimmed. Meanwhile, I began the process of stepping into the role Dad had quietly built for me. At first, I wasn't sure I'd even keep the company. But Sabrina, ever the strategist, said something that stuck with me. "You don't have to wear your father's shoes. Just walk the path he paved with your own stride." So I did. I flew down to meet the Whitmore Logistics board 2 weeks after the funeral. I expected skepticism, doubt, maybe even resistance. Instead, I walked into a room of gray suits and expectant eyes, and the first thing the chairman said was, "You look just like your father when he was young." But I didn't feel like him, and I didn't want to be him. I told them as much. "I'm not here to make promises I can't keep," I began, "but I won't coast on my name either. I want to understand what this company needs to survive the next 10 years, not just the next quarter." They nodded slowly at first, then with real interest. By the end of that 2-hour meeting, I had half of them shaking my hand, and the other half pulling me aside to quietly say they were relieved Drew wouldn't be involved. Sabrina was right. Dad had left the infrastructure, but now it was mine to shape. That same week, a small business podcast interviewed Sabrina about her newest acquisition, and when the host asked about her husband, she didn't flinch. "He's the most disciplined person I've ever met," she said, smiling. "He doesn't talk much, but when he moves, things shift. It shouldn't have meant as much as it did, but hearing those words made something tighten in my chest. It felt like someone finally saw the version of me I'd always known was there, beneath the quiet, beneath the years of being second best. The next month was a blur of meetings, plans, and quiet victories. We hired a new CFO for Whitmore Logistics, a sharp woman named Natalie, with zero tolerance for fluff and a talent for spotting hidden inefficiencies. I let Sabrina consult on operations strategy, though she never overstepped. She was careful, respectful, she let me lead. And the numbers, they spoke for themselves. Revenue stabilized, employee morale improved, and within 6 weeks we negotiated 2 contracts that Dad's team had been trying to land for years. My inbox went from ignored to overflowing. I found myself invited to dinners, conferences, private equity discussions, none of which had ever included me before. But through it all, I stayed focused. And quiet, let Drew make the noise. I was building the foundation. Then on a rainy Tuesday afternoon, the phone rang. I was in the office going over restructuring plans with Natalie. I almost let it go to voicemail, but something made me answer. It was Elise. "Hey," she said softly. There was a long pause, like we were both trying to figure out if we were strangers or still something else. "I wasn't sure you'd pick up," she continued. But I wanted to say congratulations. I waited, she sighed. "You know, Drew's been difficult. He's taking it hard. He keeps saying you manipulated Dad somehow or that Sabrina made you do it." "Did she?" I asked, my voice calm. "No," she admitted. He can't accept that you actually came out ahead, that you built something without playing dirty. It doesn't fit his version of the story." That line stuck with me. It doesn't fit his version of the story, because that's what it always was with Drew. A story where he was the hero, no matter how much wreckage he left behind. And now he had no narrative that could explain this version of reality where I didn't just survive. I thrived. Elise hesitated. Then, in a quieter voice, "Can I ask you something?" I didn't answer, but she took that as a yes. "Are you happy?" I thought about that for a long moment. About Sabrina curled up with her tablet on the couch at night, humming softly while she worked. About the quiet mornings with fresh coffee and shared glances across the kitchen. About the growing respect I was earning, not demanded, not gifted, but earned from people who once ignored me. "Yes," I said, "I am." Elise was silent on the other end. Then she whispered, "I'm sorry." "I know," I said gently, "but that chapter's closed." She didn't argue, just hung up quietly. And when I looked up, I saw Sabrina standing in the doorway holding 2 coffees. She didn't ask about the call, just raised a brow and offered the extra cup. I took it. Life had shifted, subtly but completely. But I knew the calm wouldn't last, because I had just stepped fully into the life Drew believed belonged to him. And now, somewhere out there, he was rewriting his next move. And the only question left was, how far would he go this time? It began with a single envelope. Hand-delivered. No return address. No note. Just my name on the front, pinned in the kind of rushed handwriting you only see when someone is angry or desperate. I opened it at my desk the next morning, a light drizzle tapping against the office windows as Seattle yawned awake below. Inside was a folded set of documents, photocopies of emails, legal filings, and one printed text conversation. My heart rate slowed as I flipped through them. Then it started picking up again. Drew. He'd been trying to sell confidential Whitmore Logistics client data to one of our competitors, small time so far, nothing that had moved past whispers. The emails showed him offering insight on contracts, vendor weaknesses, even private performance metrics. It hadn't gone through yet, but he'd tried. And the worst part, he wasn't even smart about it. He'd contacted an old acquaintance of his, someone he used to brag about beating in high school debates. Turns out that guy had climbed up the ladder at one of our rival firms, but apparently he had a moral compass and a conscience. He sent everything anonymously, didn't want to be involved, but couldn't ignore what Drew was doing. I sat back in my chair, staring at the ceiling, so this was it. Drew hadn't just accepted the loss. He was trying to sabotage me, to poison the ground I was finally standing on, not to build something for himself, no, that would take vision, patience. He just wanted me to fall. For days, I didn't tell anyone, not Sabrina, not Natalie, not the board. Instead, I began gathering. I traced Drew's communication patterns, used my old skills in cybersecurity to check where else he might have sent things, what data might have been exposed. I discovered he had access credentials that should have been revoked when Dad passed, but someone in our outdated IT department had overlooked them. I quietly fixed the hole. No drama, no warnings, just preparation. Because if Drew was going to play dirty, then I needed to be several moves ahead. I flew out to New York for a conference the following week. Tech meets logistics, a strange combination but one that mattered in our world. Sabrina spoke on a panel, but I had a different reason for being there. I met with another company, a startup I'd been tracking for over a year. Quietly, I'd been considering expanding Whitmore Logistics into something new. Digital inventory automation. Something Dad never understood, but the world was shifting. Old models were rotting, and this startup, they were lean, smart, and hungry. All they needed was a strong partner to scale. I made them an offer, not public, not loud, but enough to get their board's attention. If the deal went through, it would put Whitmore Logistics in a position of dominance, not just survival, control. Across multiple verticals. The deal came with a catch, though. We'd need to do a full internal audit for legal compliance before they signed off, standard practice. But for me, it was an opportunity. An audit meant every file, every communication, every ghost in the machine exposed. And Drew's fingerprints were all over things I now knew he'd hoped no one would ever see. I called Natalie into my office the next day. "I want to do a top-down systems audit," I said. She frowned. "You mean for the acquisition? That's part of it," I said. "But I also want to know who still has legacy access to confidential systems." Her eyes narrowed just slightly. "You think someone's poking around?" "Not yet," I said, "but I want to be ready if they do." She didn't press, because she trusted me now. And then, almost like fate aligning itself, I got another surprise. Sabrina walked into my office later that day with a smile I hadn't seen in weeks. A smile that meant something just clicked. "We found the missing link," she said, dropping a binder on my desk. Inside were scanned documents from a property we'd inherited, some old development land our father had bought years ago but never built on. He always said it was too risky. But what Sabrina had discovered through a quiet land survey was that the zoning laws had shifted. That land was now cleared for commercial construction. Downtown, a gold mine. And in the bottom of the folder was a contract and signed between Dad and a company Drew had once tried to start. A contract Dad never moved forward with, one he quietly buried. He never trusted Drew to develop it, but now it was mine. "It's shovel-ready," Sabrina said, "and if you back it through Whitmore, you could double your valuation inside a year." My head swam. Everything was aligning. Power, leverage, visibility. The very things Drew had always thought were his by birthright. He tried to break me 6 years ago, tried to humiliate me at a funeral, tried to claw at my foundation when I finally stood on my own. But he didn't know what was coming. Because now I had more than money. I had proof. I had power. I had a company behind me, a wife beside me, and a name Drew couldn't erase anymore, not even with lies. I didn't want revenge. But I was about to show him something far worse than anger: indifference. And when I executed the next move publicly, he would finally understand what it meant to lose something he never truly owned. But first, I had one last thing to do. Because Drew wasn't going to stop. Not until I made sure he couldn't. It was all in the timing. That was something Drew never understood. He rushed everything: relationships, business deals, even his own downfall. But I'd spent the last 6 years learning how to wait, how to sharpen the blade quietly while everyone else was still swinging wildly. And now the blade was ready. The internal audit finished ahead of schedule. Natalie and her team turned over their findings on a Thursday morning, and I read them 3 times just to be sure. Drew's unauthorized access had left a trail, clear as day. Data pulls from internal reports, suspicious logins from a private IP, and worst of all, a download of confidential bid information just days before one of our largest contracts was lost to a competitor. That loss had cost us nearly $4 million. The board didn't know it yet. But they would. I called a special executive meeting for Monday morning. Sabrina would be present. So would the compliance officer, the company attorney, and the entire board of directors. And because it was protocol to invite all shareholders with a past managerial history and stake over 5%, Drew would be there too. I made sure of it. He showed up 5 minutes late, of course, wearing a too-tight suit and an overconfident smirk, like he thought he was stepping into some casual sit-down where he'd get to play the role of misunderstood genius. Elise wasn't with him. I had a feeling she was finally starting to see through the cracks. "Didn't think you'd miss the chance to look important," Drew said as he dropped into a leather chair near the end of the table. I didn't respond. Just nodded to the lead attorney to begin. The attorney cleared his throat and pulled up the screen behind him, where a slide titled Security Breach Findings Summary Report glowed in large, clean letters. The room fell quiet. As the findings were laid out, time-stamped access logs, flagged IP addresses, and correlations with lost contracts, I watched the reactions around the table. Confusion, shock, then anger, and Drew, he didn't blink. Not at first. But the moment the lawyer showed the screenshots of his emails offering Whitmore's internal bid numbers to a rival firm, his jaw clenched. "This is absurd," he finally said. "You really think I'd risk everything over that?" The attorney responded calmly. "You didn't just risk it, you executed it. We have digital verification, time stamps, traces of the downloads made using your legacy credentials. Mr. Whitmore," he glanced at me, "has already filed for a retroactive internal injunction, and given the evidence, we're preparing to notify the state authorities." Drew laughed, but it was thin, brittle. "This is a setup." Natalie spoke then. "You're the only person who still had access through a blind credential link your father left. We caught it. You exploited it." Sabrina leaned forward. "And you thought you were going to sell off his company piece by piece while smiling at his funeral. You really don't know how to build anything, do you?" Drew turned red. "This is insane. You're just trying to wipe me out of the family completely." I finally spoke. Calm, steady. "No, Drew, you did that to yourself. I'm just making it official." I slid a document across the table. It was a formal cease and desist order, drafted by our legal team, barring Drew from all Whitmore-owned properties, communications, and internal systems. He was also being referred to state business regulators for corporate espionage and data theft, charges that, while they might not land him in prison, would destroy any chance of starting a business again. His name would be flagged in every due diligence process for the rest of his life. He stared at the paper, then at me. "You think you're the better man now?" he spat. "No," I said simply, "I'm just not the fool anymore." He stood, shoulders heaving. "This isn't over. You think this is the end. You're still the same silent little ghost living in my shadow, no matter what you do." "Then maybe," I said, cutting in gently, "it's time you stop walking in front of the sun." He blinked, taken aback. That was the last thing I said to him. The board voted unanimously to sever all future association with Drew. His remaining shares, thanks to a clause Dad added in his final update, were forfeitable upon proven misconduct, which, given the report, was as proven as it could get. By noon, his access was revoked. By nightfall, the press got wind of the internal security breach and the swift action taken by new leadership. I gave no comment. Sabrina issued a one-line statement. "We protect what we build." Drew, I later heard, tried to get a meeting with one of our former competitors, only to be politely turned away. He'd burned too many bridges, and the ones he thought he could buy, they were owned by someone else now, me. In the days that followed, I didn't celebrate, I just worked. Contracts were signed with the startup. Our market value rose. Sabrina negotiated an investment partnership with a European firm that gave us presence in 3 new countries. I spent my days building, not gloating, not chasing ghosts. But there was one final moment that made the revenge truly settle. A letter arrived, handwritten. No envelope this time, just a short message on lined paper. "You got what you wanted. I hope it was worth it. D." I folded it once and tucked it into the back of my desk drawer without a word, because I had no interest in responding. He wanted me to come down to his level, but I was already building something he couldn't reach anymore, and he finally knew it. The fallout came quickly. A week after the board meeting, Drew's name hit the industry blacklist. The startup circles he used to lurk and closed their doors. I didn't have to say a word. The documents we'd uncovered spoke louder than I ever could. His LinkedIn went dark. Elise moved out quietly without drama. I knew because Sabrina received an automated change of address alert linked to one of the old shared properties Drew had tried to funnel through their joint accounts. She moved back in with her sister across town. I wasn't surprised. A month later, Mom called. I stared at the screen for a long time. It blinked once. Twice. Then I let it go to voicemail. She tried again the next day. This time she left a message. "Ryan, I don't even know what to say. He's devastated. You didn't have to destroy him like that. He's your brother, no apology. Not even a hint of accountability, just more excuses, more of the same." I deleted the message without replying. 3 months passed. Whitmore Logistics was thriving. The acquisition was finalized, and with Sabrina's guidance, we rolled out a new digital logistics platform that reduced processing time by 37%. Our valuation doubled. Forbes ran a profile titled "The Silent Son Who Rebuilt an Empire." I didn't care much for the headline, but the truth underneath it mattered. I was finally seen, not because I screamed, but because I stood firm. Drew, he tried to start over. Moved to a smaller city 2 states over and launched a consulting firm under a different name. But it didn't last. Word spread. No one trusted a man with a record of corporate theft and a reputation for burning bridges. One of our clients sent me a photo a few months later. Drew, working at a co-working space, hunched over a laptop, wearing the same jacket he wore at Dad's funeral. Same scowl, too. He wasn't building anything. He was just trying to stay afloat. Mom stopped calling after that. I think she understood I wasn't coming back, not to Sunday dinners, not to birthdays, not to the fantasy she tried to preserve. The version of me who accepted scraps was gone. And Elise, I saw her once by accident at a conference, standing near the coffee booth with a quiet, distant look in her eyes. She didn't speak. Neither did I. But the sadness in her eyes said everything. She hadn't just lost me, she'd traded me, and now the cost had caught up. That night back at home, I stood on the balcony with Sabrina, watching the city lights flicker beneath us. "You know," she said, "you never once raised your voice through all of this." "Didn't need to," I said. She smiled and leaned her head on my shoulder. "You didn't just win, you outgrew them," and she was right. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel like I was standing in anyone's shadow. I was standing on solid ground, my own, and I'd built it from the ashes they left behind. Final line: some men fight for power, others build it, brick by silent brick, until the ones who tried to bury them are left choking on the dust. Story 3: a ITA for proposing to someone else after my girlfriend said I wasn't good enough. Hey Reddit. Long-time reader, first-time poster. This story is completely true and took place over the course of about 4 years. I'm still processing how perfectly everything fell into place. Fair warning. It's a long one, but I promise the payoff is worth it. Grab some snacks, because this is a roller coaster. I've also changed some names and minor details for obvious reasons, but everything else happened exactly as I'm telling it. Megan was, hands down, the most beautiful woman I had ever seen in person. We met at my friend Ryan's housewarming party about 2 years ago. She walked in wearing a designer dress that probably cost more than my monthly rent, and every guy's head turned. But somehow, I was the one she started talking to. She worked as a social media coordinator for a downtown clothing boutique. From what I could gather, this basically meant she posted Instagram stories and managed their Facebook page for about $31,000 a year, but she talked about it like she was running Apple's marketing department. "I'm basically responsible for the brand's entire digital experience," she'd say. "It's a lot of pressure, because everything has to be perfect. One wrong post can destroy a company's reputation." Megan was obsessed with status and appearances. Her Instagram had something like 15,000 followers and was nothing but pictures of designer bags, check-ins at expensive restaurants, and selfies with captions like, "Living my best life and grateful for this blessed life." She would spend 30 minutes taking the perfect picture of her coffee before she'd even take a sip. Her friend group was the worst. Girls who measured their self-worth solely by their boyfriends' salaries and the size of their engagement rings. They would get together for brunch every Sunday and basically compare their men like they were trading cards. "Oh my God, Trevor just got promoted to assistant manager at the bank," one would say. "Babe, that's amazing. Kyle's been talking about getting a BMW next year," another would add. "Well, Dylan surprised me with a weekend at that new resort up north. He said money is no object when it comes to making me happy," a third would chime in. It was, frankly, nauseating, but Megan lived for these conversations. She'd come back from brunch and immediately start dropping hints about things she saw her friends getting. "You know, Jennifer's boyfriend took her to that new steakhouse downtown. She said it was amazing. Stacy got a spa day for her birthday. Her boyfriend said she deserves to be pampered. Amanda's ring is so gorgeous. She's so lucky to have someone who knows how to treat a woman." The hints were anything but subtle. But here's the thing: Megan was beautiful, fun when she wanted to be, and when we were alone without her toxic friend group. She could be genuinely sweet. She'd curl up with me to watch movies, send me cute texts during the day, and she seemed genuinely interested in my stories from work. I thought the materialistic stuff was just insecurity, something she'd grow out of as she felt more secure in the relationship. Boy, was I wrong. We dated for about 20 months, and during that time, everyone around us started getting engaged. Her friends were constantly asking when I was going to pop the question. Megan's mom would make comments about how Megan deserved to be treated like a princess and how real men know how to provide for their women. The pressure was constant and not at all subtle, so I started seriously thinking about proposing. Megan had been dropping hints for months, showing me her friends' engagement photos, sending me links to wedding venues just for fun, that kind of thing. I sat down and did the math. After rent, my truck payment, insurance, food, utilities, student loans from my technician program, and putting a little aside for emergencies, I could save up about $2,800 for a ring without going into debt or completely draining my savings. I know that might not sound like a lot to some people, but to me, it was a massive amount of money. It meant eating ramen instead of going out for lunch, skipping nights out with my buddies at the bar, canceling my Netflix subscription, basically cutting corners on everything for about 8 months. I spent weeks researching cuts, clarity, color grades, and visiting different jewelry stores. It was overwhelming. Some places made me feel like an idiot for not knowing the difference between certain diamond cuts. Others tried to pressure me into financing something way outside my budget. I finally found a local jeweler, an older guy named Mr. Parker, who'd been in the business for about 40 years. He was incredibly patient. He explained everything without making me feel stupid and helped me find a really beautiful ring within my budget. It had a good stone, a classic setting, solid quality, nothing huge or flashy, but definitely a ring to be proud of. "Son," Mr. Parker said as I was paying, "the size of the diamond doesn't determine the size of the love. Any woman who truly cares about you will be thrilled with whatever you choose." I figured he was right. The ring sat hidden in my sock drawer for 3 weeks while I planned the perfect proposal. Megan had been posting about Romano's, a fancy downtown steakhouse, for months, always talking about how romantic it looked, how it was a special occasion only kind of place, and how she'd love to go there for something really important someday. Perfect. I made a reservation for her birthday dinner. I specifically requested the corner table by the window that she had pointed out in pictures online. I had it all planned out. A nice dinner, good conversation, and then during dessert I'd get down on one knee and surprise her. I was excited, nervous as hell, but excited. Megan's birthday finally came and we got dressed up for Romano's. She spent literally 2 hours getting ready, trying on 3 different dresses, redoing her makeup twice because the lighting wasn't right for pictures. "This has to be perfect," she kept saying. "I'm definitely posting about tonight." We got to the restaurant, and she immediately started taking pictures of everything. The wine list, her appetizer, the candles on the table. She made me retake photos of her at least 10 times until she got the angle just right. "Make sure you can see the restaurant's name in the background," she instructed. "I want people to know where we are." The dinner itself was actually going pretty well. The food was incredible, Megan seemed genuinely happy, and I was feeling more and more confident about the proposal. The ring box was in my jacket pocket, and I kept touching it to make sure it was still there. After the main course, I started to steer the conversation toward our future. "You know, I've been thinking a lot about us lately," I said. "Oh yeah," she replied, half distracted, busy editing photos on her phone. "Yeah, about how happy you make me, how I could see us getting a bigger place, building a real life together." That got her attention. She put her phone down and looked at me with a smile I'd never seen before. "That sounds really nice, Jacob." I was about to signal the waiter to bring out dessert when Megan's expression turned serious. "Actually, speaking of our future, there's something we should probably discuss." My heart hammered. I thought she somehow knew about the ring. "What's up, honey?" "Well, you know my friend Stacy got engaged last month, right?" "Yeah, I remember you mentioning that." Megan's entire expression shifted. "Jacob, her ring is so embarrassing. Like, I genuinely feel bad for her, but it's tiny and the setting looks so cheap." She won't even post close-up pictures of it because she's ashamed. I felt like I'd been punched in the gut, but I tried to keep my face neutral. That's too bad. The thing is, Megan continued, leaning forward like she was about to give me some wise advice. I know you've been thinking about proposing. You're not exactly subtle. My mouth went dry. What makes you think that? Please, the way you've been acting lately, asking weird questions about what I like, being all secretive. Besides, your friend Ryan's girlfriend mentioned you asked him about buying rings. Great. Thanks, Ryan's girlfriend. And honestly, Jacob, I need you to understand something. My friends would absolutely mock any ring you could afford right now. It would be total social suicide for me. The box in my pocket suddenly felt like it weighed 50 pounds. What are you saying exactly, Megan? I'm saying maybe you wait a few years until your career is more established. Look around this restaurant, she said, gesturing to other tables. You see those women over there? Those are real rings, substantial rings. I can't show up to events and parties with some tiny little mall store ring just because you're not successful enough yet. I turned and looked where she was pointing. Yeah, there were some impressive diamonds on those women's hands, but the way she said it, like she was explaining basic math to a child, made my blood boil. So you're telling me not to propose because you'd be embarrassed by what I can afford. I'm telling you to be realistic about your station in life. There's no shame in knowing when you're not ready to properly provide for a woman like me. A woman like you. Jacob, come on, look at me. She gestured to herself as if presenting evidence in a trial. I'm not trying to be cruel, but I have standards. I have a reputation to maintain. My friends expect certain things from the guys I date, and if I can't meet those standards, Megan shrugged, then maybe we aren't as compatible as we thought. The waiter came over to ask about dessert. I stared at him for a moment, my entire proposal plan crumbling around me. Just the check, please. The drive home was the longest 20 minutes of my life. Total silence. Megan was glued to her phone, probably already planning her next Instagram post about the amazing scene she just had. Are you seriously going to sulk about this? She said as I walked her to her apartment door. I'm not sulking. You just made your priorities crystal clear. Good. I'm glad you understand where I'm coming from. This is about being practical, Jacob. You'll thank me one day for saving you from making a huge financial mistake. I just nodded and walked back to my truck. The next morning, I returned the ring. Mr. Parker took one look at my face and didn't ask any questions. He even waived the restocking fee. Son, I'm sorry things didn't work out, he said quietly. But trust me, the right woman won't be looking at the price tag. That weekend, I thought a lot about what Megan had shown me. She didn't see me as a partner or someone she wanted to build a life with. I was just a wallet that wasn't full enough yet. Our entire relationship had been her assessing whether I could provide the lifestyle she thought she deserved. The following Tuesday, I went to her apartment to end things. This is about the ring conversation, isn't it? She said as soon as I walked in. It's about what you showed me about the kind of person you really are. Jacob, I was being practical. I was trying to save you from making a stupid financial decision that would have embarrassed us both. Right. Thanks for looking out for me. She must have heard the sarcasm because her tone changed completely. You know what? Fine. You're probably right to break up with me anyway. I've been getting a lot of attention from guys who actually have their lives together. Good for you. Brian, this guy from my gym, has been asking me out for weeks. He drives a Lexus, works in real estate, makes 6 figures. I'm sure you'll be very happy with him. I will be. And you know what else? You're going to regret this, Jacob. Girls like me don't stay single for long. You'll go back to dating basic girls who are impressed by Applebee's and think a promise ring from Kay Jewelers is romantic, while I'll be with someone who can actually spoil me like I deserve. I'm sure you'll find exactly what you're looking for. I've already got options. Brian's taking me to that new rooftop bar this weekend. The one with the infinity pool and the $20 cocktails. Sounds perfect for you. It is, because I know my worth, Jacob. I'm not going to settle for an electrician who thinks a $3,000 ring is impressive. And there she was, the real Megan, finally dropping the sweet girlfriend act completely. I left without another word. I blocked her number, deleted her from all my social media, and wiped every picture of us from my phone. Clean break. No looking back. Life got dramatically better after Megan. It's immediate. When you're not constantly spending money to impress someone who is never satisfied, You can focus on building something real. The first thing I did was throw myself into my work harder than ever. I started picking up every extra shift I could get. I also took on weekend jobs doing residential electrical installations. The extra money was great. But more importantly, I was building relationships with contractors and homeowners who kept calling me back for more projects. I also started going to the gym regularly, something Megan had always complained about because it cut into our time together, which usually meant me driving her around while she ran errands. It turned out I actually enjoyed working out when I wasn't being made to feel guilty about it. A year after the breakup, one of my regular side job clients, a contractor named Daniel, offered me a full-time position with his company, better pay, benefits, and a chance to work on bigger commercial projects. I jumped at the chance and was suddenly making $61,000 a year, plus still doing some residential work on the weekends. Daniel was old school, having been in construction for 30 years. He taught me a ton about the business side of things, how to bid on jobs, manage clients, spot opportunities. He always said I had a good head for business and that I should think about getting my contractor's license someday. "You're wasting your potential just swinging a hammer, kid," he'd tell me. "You could be running your own crew in a few years if you play your cards right." That's when I met Samantha. It had been about 14 months since the Megan disaster. I was doing electrical work in a medical building downtown, renovating some office space for a physical therapy clinic that was expanding. The owner, Dr. Samantha Martinez, was there overseeing the construction. Samantha was 28, absolutely beautiful in a natural, confident way that didn't require 2 hours of makeup or designer clothes. She was wearing scrubs and work boots, her hair pulled back in a messy bun, but she lit up the room when she smiled. More importantly, she was smart, wicked smart. We started talking about the electrical work, and she asked all the right questions. She understood exactly what we were doing and why. She'd clearly done her research before hiring us. "I appreciate contractors who explain things instead of just assuming I don't understand," she told me. "Too many men in your industry think women don't know anything about construction." Over the 3 weeks we worked on her clinic, Samantha and I talked more and more. She'd bring coffee for the whole crew. She'd ask about our families. She just genuinely seemed to care about us as people, not just hired help. I found out Samantha had paid her own way through physical therapy school, opened her own practice at 26, and was building something really special. Her patients adored her, her business was growing, and she was doing it all through hard work and treating people right. "I could have taken a job at one of the big hospital systems," she told me one day. "More money, less stress, but I wanted to build something that was mine, you know. Where I could really help people instead of just being another cog in the machine." I knew exactly what she meant. When the job was finished, I worked up the courage to ask her out. To my surprise, she said yes. Our first date was completely different from anything I'd experienced with Megan. Samantha suggested we meet at a little coffee shop near her clinic, a simple place where we could actually talk without feeling like we were performing for an audience. She showed up in jeans and a sweater, no makeup, hair down, and she was absolutely gorgeous. We talked for 4 hours about everything, our families, our work, our goals, what we wanted out of life. She was fascinating. "I grew up with 5 siblings," she told me. "My parents both worked multiple jobs just to keep us fed and a roof over our heads. I learned pretty early that nothing is handed to you, but if you work hard and stay focused, you can build whatever life you want." She asked me about electrical work like she was actually interested, not just making polite conversation. She wanted to know what I loved about it, what my goals were, how I'd gotten started. "There's something really satisfying about taking a building that's broken and making it work perfectly," I explained. "Like when people flip a switch and the lights come on, but they don't think about all the planning and skill that went into making that possible. That's exactly how I feel about physical therapy," she said, her eyes lighting up. "People come to me in pain, unable to do the things they love, and I get to help them get their lives back." We went on a second date the next week, then a third. Before I knew it, we were seeing each other 3 or 4 times a week, and it felt completely natural. Samantha was the opposite of Megan in every way that truly mattered. She drove a reliable Toyota that she maintained herself. She lived in a modest apartment filled with things she actually liked, not things that looked expensive. And she never once made me feel like I had to prove my worth by spending money. On weekends, we'd go hiking, cook dinner together at her place, go to free concerts in the park, visit farmers' markets, not because we were trying to be cheap, but because we genuinely enjoyed each other's company and didn't need expensive entertainment to have a good time. I'd rather be with someone who's building something real than someone who just wants to look successful, she told me once. It was like she could see right into my soul. The best part was how supportive she was of my career goals. When I told her that Daniel had been encouraging me to get my contractor's license, she immediately started looking up the requirements with me. "You should absolutely do it," she said. "You're amazing at what you do, and from what you've told me about Daniel's business, you could probably start your own company in a few years." Megan had always made me feel like my job was something to be ashamed of, something I needed to eventually level up from. Samantha made me feel proud of the skills I'd built and excited about how far they could take me. After about 8 months together, I knew I wanted to marry her. Not because I felt pressured, not because everyone else was doing it, but because Samantha was genuinely my best friend and the person I wanted to spend my life with. Around the same time, Daniel offered to help me study for the contractor's license exam and said he'd consider bringing me on as a junior partner if I passed. Between that opportunity and a few bigger weekend jobs I'd landed, my income was climbing steadily. I was clearing about $3,000 between my day job and side gigs. Samantha's practice was thriving, bringing in around $89,000, and together, we were building something solid. More importantly, we were building it together, supporting each other's goals instead of competing or keeping score. Buying a ring was a completely different experience this time. Samantha had mentioned offhand that she loved vintage jewelry. She said modern engagement rings were often too flashy and all looked the same. "I love things with history and character," she'd said once while we were browsing antique shops. "New things can be nice, but old things have stories." So I spent weeks scouring estate sales, antique shops, and vintage jewelers. I eventually found an absolutely incredible ring from the 1950s at a sale in the historic district. It was Art Deco style, beautifully crafted, with far more character and uniqueness than anything modern I could have afforded. The old woman running the sale told me it had belonged to her aunt, who was married for 60 years before she passed away. She always said it was the most beautiful ring she'd ever seen. Her husband had saved for 2 years to buy it for her back in 1952. They had a wonderful marriage. It cost me $4,800, more than I'd spent on Megan's ring, but it felt completely different. This wasn't about meeting some arbitrary standard or impressing anyone. This was about finding something perfect for Samantha, something that represented how much I valued our relationship. I planned to propose at a scenic overlook about 30 minutes outside of town, where Samantha and I had gone on our first hiking date. It was the spot where we'd had our first deep conversation about goals and dreams, and it felt like the perfect place to start our next chapter. Then I ran into my friend Matt at the hardware store. "Dude, you'll never guess who I saw at that new sports bar downtown," he said. "Who?" "Your ex, Megan. She was with some guy, but she looked different and not in a good way." Apparently, Megan had been bouncing between different marketing jobs for the last year, none of them lasting more than 6 or 8 months. Matt had heard she'd gotten a reputation for being difficult and high maintenance. "The Brian thing lasted about 3 months," Matt continued. "Word is, he dumped her because she was constantly asking him to buy her things and pay for expensive trips. Apparently, she threw a tantrum when he refused to lease her a BMW for her birthday. It gets better. She's working at some tiny marketing agency now that's barely staying afloat. They're desperate for clients, and she's been trying to pitch accounts all over town, but nobody wants to work with them." That's when I had an interesting thought. Samantha's physical therapy clinic had been talking about needing help with marketing and their online presence. They were growing so fast that Samantha was having a hard time keeping up with the business side while also seeing patients. "We really need someone to handle our website, social media, maybe some advertising," she had mentioned, but we need someone who understands medical practices and can represent us professionally. I wondered if Megan's firm had tried pitching Samantha's clinic yet. It would be just like the universe to put them back in the same orbit. 2 weeks later, Samantha confirmed my suspicion. The weirdest thing happened today, she told me over dinner. This marketing firm called asking to set up a pitch to handle our digital marketing. I normally would have said no, but they were really pushy and their prices seemed reasonable. What's the company's name? Synergy Marketing Solutions. Ever heard of them? I nearly choked on my food. It had to be Megan's firm. When's the meeting? Thursday afternoon. I figured it couldn't hurt to hear what they have to say. I had a very interesting idea. I arranged to be at Samantha's clinic on Thursday afternoon, supposedly to check on some of the electrical work we had done months ago. In reality, I just wanted to see if Megan was part of the pitch team. Thursday came, and I was in Samantha's back office running some completely unnecessary voltage tests when the receptionist announced the marketing team had arrived. "Perfect," Samantha said. "This should only take an hour, then we can grab lunch." I gave her a kiss on the forehead. "I'll just finish up this outlet, and I'll wait for you." 5 minutes later, I heard a familiar voice out in the reception area, trying very hard to sound professional and confident. "Hi, I'm Megan Chin from Synergy Marketing Solutions. Thank you so much for considering us for your digital marketing needs." I discreetly cracked open the door to Samantha's office and peeked out. There was Megan, wearing what was clearly her most professional-looking outfit, shaking Samantha's hand and trying to make a good impression. She looked worn down, not terrible, but definitely not the polished, Instagram-ready Megan I remembered. Her hair was a little too flat, her makeup a little too heavy, and her smile was a little too forced. She looked like someone who was trying very hard to look successful but wasn't quite pulling it off. "This is Dr. Samantha Martinez, the owner of our clinic." The receptionist said, "It's so nice to meet you, Dr. Martinez. I'm very excited to talk about how we can help grow your practice through strategic digital marketing." That's when I walked out of the office. "Hey, honey, I'm just about done with that outlet. Should be good to go in a few." Megan stopped mid-sentence and stared at me like she'd seen a ghost. "Jacob, hey Megan, small world." Samantha looked between the two of us, clearly confused. "You two know each other." "Megan and I used to date," I said calmly, "but that was a while ago." "Megan, this is my fiancée, Dr. Samantha Martinez." The look on Megan's face was priceless. Confusion, shock, disbelief, and something that looked like panic. It all happened in about 3 seconds. "Your fiancé?" "Yep. We're getting married next spring." I put my arm around Samantha's waist. "I was just finishing up some electrical work." "Honey, I'll wait in your office while you have your meeting." But Megan's eyes had already locked onto Samantha's left hand and the vintage engagement ring. I watched her face cycle through about a dozen different emotions as she processed what she was seeing. The ring was beautiful, obviously antique, obviously expensive, and chosen with incredible care and thought. It was everything Megan had convinced herself I was incapable of providing. "Wow, that's a gorgeous ring," Megan managed to stammer. "Thank you," Samantha said warmly, completely unaware of the history. "Jacob spent months searching for the perfect vintage piece. He said he wanted something with as much character as me." She laughed and squeezed my hand. "How long have you two been together?" Megan asked, and I could hear her doing the mental math. "About 18 months, Samantha said. "Jacob's been incredible, always supporting my business, encouraging me to chase my dreams." Megan looked like she was going to be sick. "Anyway," I said, "I'll let you two get to your business talk. Nice seeing you again, Megan." The presentation lasted an hour and a half. I could hear snippets of it from the office. Megan desperately trying to sound professional while being clearly thrown off her game. When it was over, Samantha came into her office, shaking her head. "That was the worst pitch I have ever seen in my life," she said. The woman kept getting distracted, she fumbled her numbers, and she just seemed totally unprepared. "We're definitely going with the other firm we interviewed last week. Probably for the best. Plus, she kept asking these weirdly personal questions about you, like how long we'd been together, what you did for a living, if we lived together." It was so unprofessional. I wasn't surprised. Megan was probably trying to figure out how I'd leveled up so much since we broke up, but that was just the beginning of the story. Over the next few months, word got around the medical community about Megan's firm's terrible pitch at Samantha's clinic. Samantha mentioned it to colleagues at medical conferences, who in turn mentioned it to other clinic owners. Megan's firm lost out on several potential clients before they even got a chance to pitch. Meanwhile, my life was going incredibly well. I passed the contractor's license exam on my first try, and Daniel made good on his promise to make me a junior partner. My income jumped to about $89,000 in base salary, plus bonuses and profit sharing. Samantha and I moved in together, bought a beautiful little house in a great neighborhood, and started seriously planning our wedding. We were both thriving, professionally and personally. I had almost forgotten about Megan entirely when my phone rang on a Tuesday afternoon, about 6 months after the incident at the clinic. Unknown number. "Hi, Jacob, it's Megan." I almost hung up right then, but my curiosity got the better of me. "Megan, this is unexpected. Look, I know this is weird, but I heard through the grapevine that you're doing really well with your own business. I'm doing okay for myself now. The thing is, I'm in a tough spot right now. The marketing firm let me go about a month ago, and I'm having a hard time finding something new." I waited for her to continue. "I heard you might be looking for someone to help with administrative stuff at your contracting business, like handling schedules, client communication, that kind of thing." I wasn't, but this conversation was getting interesting fast. "What makes you think I want to work with you, Megan? Come on, Jacob, we have history. And I know I said some things back then, but I was young and immature. You've obviously figured out how to build a real business. I could really use the opportunity. Megan, you realize I'm engaged to someone else, right? Of course. This would be strictly professional. I'm not trying to get in the way of your relationship or anything." But then she said something that proved to me she hadn't changed at all. "Besides, your fiancée seems nice, very simple and down to earth. I'm sure she's perfect for the stage of life you were in when you met her." The condescension in her voice was unbelievable. "The stage of life I was in? You know what I mean. But now that you're more successful and established, you could benefit from having someone on your team who really understands corporate networking and client relations. Someone who can represent your company well at industry events." This woman actually thought she could manipulate her way back into my life now that I had money and success. "Megan, let me ask you something. How much do you think I make now?" "I don't know, 6 figures, probably. Try $140,000 between my base salary, bonuses, and profit sharing." I heard her sharp intake of breath. "And Samantha's clearing about $95,000 with her clinic. We're doing just fine. Jacob, I know I messed things up before. I was materialistic and shallow and I didn't appreciate what I had, but I've grown as a person. I realize now that what we had was really special. What we had was you telling me I wasn't good enough for you. I was wrong. I see that now. You've turned into exactly the kind of successful, ambitious man I should have appreciated from the beginning. Megan, do you remember what you said to me the night I broke up with you?" Silence. "You said I'd regret leaving you, that I'd go back to dating basic girls impressed by Applebee's while you found someone who could really spoil you like you deserve. How did that work out for you? Jacob, please." "You just called my fiancée simple like it was a backhanded compliment. Samantha is the most genuine, intelligent, and beautiful woman I have ever met. She supported my goals when I was making $52,000, and she celebrates with me now that I'm making $140,000. That's what a real partner does. I could be that for you now." "No. Megan, you couldn't because you're still the same person who measured my worth by my bank account. The only difference now is that you want in instead of out." Her voice got smaller. "I'm really struggling, Jacob. I got evicted from my apartment last month. I'm living with my parents, and it's humiliating. I can't find a decent job because apparently word has gotten around that I'm difficult to work with. And you thought you'd call the guy whose heart you stomped on just because he has money now? I'm desperate. I'll do anything, filing, answering phones, cleaning, whatever you need. I'll work for minimum wage." The desperation in her voice was almost sad, but I remembered exactly how she made me feel that night at Romano's. "Megan, I wouldn't hire you to sweep my driveway, but I will give you a piece of free advice. Maybe if you'd spent less time worrying about looking successful and more time actually building skills and treating people with respect, you wouldn't be in this position. Jacob, please don't do this to me. I'm not doing anything to you. These are just consequences. Actions have results. Megan, you chose to prioritize material things over genuine relationships. You chose to treat people like stepping stones instead of human beings. This is where those choices led you. I've learned my lesson. I've changed. No, you haven't. 20 minutes ago, you were still taking digs at my fiancé and trying to convince me you were an upgrade. You're still the same person who thinks relationships are transactions. Please, I'm begging you. Good luck with everything, Megan. I truly hope you get your life sorted out. I hung up and immediately told Samantha about the call. We spent the evening talking about it, and Samantha's response was perfect. I actually feel sorry for her, Samantha said. It must be awful to live your whole life thinking your value is based on what other people can give you. She's probably never experienced what it feels like to be valued for who she really is. That was exactly what confirmed for me that Samantha was the one. 6 months later, Matt told me Megan had moved back to her hometown after her parents got tired of supporting a 27-year-old who couldn't hold down a job. Her Instagram account, once a carefully curated showcase of fake success, went completely dormant. The last I heard, she was working part-time at a retail store and living in her old childhood bedroom. Matt said, apparently she's still telling people she's just regrouping and plans to move back to the city soon, but nobody believes her anymore. Samantha and I got married that spring in a beautiful ceremony overlooking the mountains where we had our first hiking date. The vintage ring looked absolutely perfect on her finger as we exchanged vows we had written ourselves. Our honeymoon was in Italy, not because we needed to show off or prove anything to anyone, but because we had always talked about experiencing Rome and Tuscany together. We spent 2 weeks eating incredible food, exploring ancient ruins, and dreaming about our future. The best part of this whole story isn't that Megan crashed and burned while I thrived. It's that I learned the difference between someone who loves you for what you can give them and someone who loves you for who you are. Samantha fell in love with me when I was making $52,000 and driving a beat-up truck, and she's just as proud of me now that we own our own home, and I'm being considered for a full partnership at my company. She didn't love me more when I became successful. She just enjoyed watching me become the person I always had the potential to be. Megan taught me that some people will only value you when you have something they want. Samantha taught me what it feels like to be valued for your character, your work ethic, your heart. The universe has a funny way of working things out. Megan turned me down because I couldn't give her the lifestyle she thought she deserved. Then she had to watch me propose to a better woman with a more expensive ring in front of her co-workers. Then she lost her job, partly because of the reputation she earned from that disastrous pitch. Then she had to swallow her pride and beg me for help. And then she had to listen to exactly what I thought of her values and her choices. Sometimes, the best revenge is just living well with someone who actually deserves your success. Samantha and I are expecting our first baby next year, and we couldn't be happier. We're building something real together, a marriage based on mutual respect, shared values, and genuine love. Megan can keep searching for someone to bankroll her lifestyle and validate her existence with expensive gifts. Samantha and I will be over here, building a real life worth living. If you liked it, don't forget to leave a comment and support the channel by subscribing. See you in the upcoming stories. Story 4: Her male best friend disrespected me at my own house. She's better off without you. When I shut him down in front of everyone, she snapped, "Apologize or we're over." I smiled. "Over it is, sweetheart." They both had no idea what was coming. All right, Reddit. This is the story of how my ex-fiancée learned the hardest lesson of her privileged life. Never threaten someone who holds all the cards unless you're ready to lose everything. No, we worked it out nonsense here. This is pure calculated justice served ice cold by someone who gets paid to destroy liars for a living. I'm Grant, 32, male, forensic accountant in Austin. Think financial detective meets courtroom assassin. When companies cook their books or spouses hide assets, I'm the guy who finds every dirty secret and presents it so clearly that even the biggest scumbags can't weasel out. My specialty is asset tracing and financial reconstruction. I've exposed everything from Ponzi schemes to divorce fraud, helping clients recover millions in stolen wealth. The work requires patience, analysis, and absolute attention to detail. You document everything, assume nothing, and let evidence tell the story. 4 years ago, I bought a 1960s ranch in East Austin for $180,000. Classic fixer-upper that most people would run from, but I saw dollar signs. East Austin was blowing up, property values climbing fast, and this house had killer bones under decades of neglect. I dumped $47,000 and 3 years of sweat equity into that place. Rewired everything, modernized plumbing, gutted the kitchen, restored original hardwood, upgraded HVAC, rebuilt the master bath, spent countless weekends learning to tile, countless evenings after 12-hour workdays, sanding trim by hand. The garage became my workshop, table saw, compound miter, complete electrical setup for serious renovation work. By the time I was done, I had a $300,000 house that felt like a fortress I'd built with my own hands. That's when Valerie walked into my life. Met her at a UT Business School networking event about a year after finishing the house renovations. 28, first-year MBA, sharp as hell, and hungry for success. She'd done 3 years in marketing after undergrad, realized she needed more firepower for the career she wanted, and was betting on herself with grad school. I respected that hustle. The chemistry was instant. She got my analytical mind. I was drawn to her ambition. Our conversations had substance, goals, values, the kind of real talk that separates grown-ups from college kids still figuring things out. She was studying finance concentration and claimed she wanted to understand how wealth really worked. When she mentioned that student loans were stressing her out and she was considering part-time work that would tank her grades, I made what seemed like an obvious call. Focus on school, I told her. I've got this. So I started cutting checks to UT's bursar office. $52,000 per year in tuition and fees. Not pocket change, but I was pulling serious money and believed we were building something together. Investment in her future meant investment in our future, right? Famous final words. Anyways, 8 months in, her 2003 Camry started dying. Burning oil, transmission slipping, $2,800 repair estimate on a car worth maybe $3,500. Instead of throwing good money after bad, I took her to Honda's certified pre-owned lot, picked out a reliable 2019 Accord with 28,000 miles, leather interior, advanced safety package. $16,200 out the door. Title in my name, insurance through my policy for efficiency. I'll pay you back once I graduate and land a good job, she promised. I believed her. More than that, I didn't care. Partners handled business together. When her lease ended, moving in together was the logical next step. She contributed what she could, maybe $600 monthly for groceries and utilities, while I handled mortgage, property taxes, insurance, and most household expenses. Set up a joint checking account for shared costs, funded at $3,800 monthly. Clean system, zero drama about who paid what. I should have caught the subtle ownership creep in her language, though. Within 6 months, it was our house to friends, our car for errands, we're renovating the guest bath, when I was doing 100% of the work and paying 100% of the bills. Couples talk like that, so I didn't sweat it, but there was something in her tone. She'd casually mentioned to friends how successful we were, how we were building this amazing life, how we had such solid financial planning. Never mind that the financial planning was my spreadsheets, and the success came from my 60-hour weeks. In her mind, my wins were already half hers, just by association, but I'm patient. I learned to observe patterns before making judgments. You collect evidence, analyze behavior, and let people show you who they really are. I had no idea that Valerie's college best friend was about to hand me all the evidence I'd ever need. His name was Miles, and he was about to teach me the most valuable lesson of my adult life. The difference between investing in someone and getting played. Miles freaking Davidson. Even typing his name makes my eye twitch, but I tried to be fair initially. Valerie's ride or die from UT undergrad, who'd supposedly held her together during some dramatic breakup with a musician ex during their senior year. According to her, Miles was the hero who rebuilt her confidence and convinced her she deserved better. The guy called himself a creative director and brand photographer. His portfolio website was all moody coffee shop photos, and exactly 3 paying clients. He drove a 2007 BMW convertible that lived at the mechanic, rented a $1,400 a month studio in South Austin, and always seemed between major projects. The first red flag should have been his reaction when Valerie introduced us. Instead of normal pleasantries, Miles immediately sized me up like competition, asking pointed questions about my work, my income potential, and my long-term vision for the relationship. He positioned himself as Valerie's protective advisor, someone who'd guide her away from men who weren't worthy. What he lacked in success, he made up for in audacity. Specifically, his expert opinions on how Valerie was settling with me. It started subtle. I'd grab dinner. Miles would mention how her ex used to cook gourmet meals from scratch. I'd plan a San Antonio weekend. Miles would casually reference their spontaneous college road trip to Marfa. I'd buy her jewelry. Miles would joke about how corporate guys show love versus creative types. Every comment positioned me as the safe, boring provider while establishing him as the keeper of Valerie's authentic self. He'd known her longer, understood her deeper, appreciated her real personality in ways that someone focused on practical stuff like financial stability never could. The worst part, Valerie ate it up completely. She'd gotten comfortable with the lifestyle I provided, but Miles kept whispering that comfort was costing her soul. He'd plant poison seeds. You seem different lately, or I miss the old Valerie, or are you sure this is what you want long-term? Her maid of honor Tara was the other parasite, apparently convinced her job was validating whatever Valerie felt. Valerie complained about my work schedule. Tara immediately agreed I was neglectful. Miles made snide comments about my corporate mindset. Tara nodded like he'd revealed profound wisdom, and so on. They turned standard couple stuff into symptoms of deep incompatibility that only they could diagnose. But what really started making me mad was Miles's relationship with my money. His BMW was constantly broken, and I mean constantly. Power steering, cooling system, transmission, electrical. Every 6 weeks, something else died on that German money pit. Every time Miles would call Valerie panicking about repair costs and how he might lose clients without transportation. Valerie would immediately transfer cash from our joint account, the account only I funded. 400 here, 600 there. Just until he's back on his feet, she'd say. He'll pay us back when this big project comes through. The big project never came through, by the way. Miles never paid back anything, but the emergencies kept coming. His rent was apparently optional. At least 5 times in 10 months, Valerie covered his shortfall because he was between invoices or waiting for client payments with my money. I was essentially bankrolling this parasite's lifestyle while he spent his days undermining my relationship. What made it worse was Miles's attitude during these loans. No gratitude, no acknowledgement that he was being bailated out by someone else's work. Just entitled expectation that Valerie would handle his problems, followed by continued criticism of my materialistic approach to life. Every time I brought up his behavior, the constant financial crises, the disrespectful comments, his obvious resentment of our success, Valerie shut me down immediately. He's family to me, Grant. He was there when X destroyed my confidence. That's not something you forget. That's just Miles being protective. He's struggling. Successful people lift others up. But I was noticing something else. Like my concerns were petty nonsense from someone who didn't understand loyalty the way she did. The conversation would end, nothing would change, and Miles would keep draining our account while poisoning Valerie's head about our relationship. Here's the thing. Miles was building a case against himself, transaction by transaction, comment by comment. He just didn't know he was about to face trial, and that trial was coming faster than either of us expected. The opportunity came after I closed the biggest case of my career. Hartwell Industries had been cooking their books for 3 years, hiding nearly $4 million in losses through accounting tricks that would make Enron proud. My analysis exposed the entire scheme and helped our client recover $2.8 million in settlement. 6 months of 18-hour days, living on Red Bull and takeout, basically becoming a ghost while I built an unbreakable case. The breakthrough came when I discovered Hartwell's CFO had created phantom vendors to siphon cash while inflating revenue through false invoicing. Took me 4 months to trace every transaction, cross-reference banking records, and build a timeline that proves systematic fraud. Their legal team tried discrediting my work during depositions, but spreadsheets don't lie when you know how to read them. But we crushed them, and my success fee was substantial enough that I could finally enjoy the fruits of grinding like a maniac. So I decided to throw a celebration worthy of the milestone, not just dinner out, the kind of evening that marks real achievement. I wanted to share it with people who mattered. Billy, my best friend since college who helped renovate the house. Liam and David from my firm who covered my back during the case. Bella and Tom, our couple friends who understood why I disappeared for half a year. Invite whoever you want, I told Valerie. This is as much about us as the case. Her eyes lit up when I mentioned the $2,500 budget. She immediately went full luxury mode, premium steaks from Salt and Thyme, professional flower arrangements, top-shelf beverages for the refreshment station. Grant, this is our moment to really show people who we are, she said, and that phrase, our moment, hit wrong. This was my professional win, but in her mind, it was already about her social status. The grocery list alone cost $800. She wanted specific wines to pair with each course, artisanal bread from that expensive bakery downtown, imported cheese selection for appetizers. I watched her plan this celebration like a society hostess, not someone honoring their partner's career milestone. I went along with it anyway, spent the week prepping. Billy helped set up sound and lighting. I planned a killer menu: dry-aged ribeyes, farmers market vegetables, homemade pasta starter, dessert spread that could feed an army, every detail perfect, fresh flowers throughout, good music, the kind of atmosphere that makes people want to stay and actually connect. The evening started exactly right. Great friends, incredible food, everyone relaxed and having genuine fun. For the first time in months, I was actually unwinding and enjoying what I'd earned. Liam was telling war stories about opposing counsel's faces when they saw our evidence. Bella was admiring house renovations she hadn't seen. It was the kind of night that reminds you why you grind so hard. Then, 40 minutes after everyone else arrived, Miles showed up. He didn't knock, just used Valerie's key like he owned the place. No apology for being late. No acknowledgement. This was my celebration. He surveyed everything with that calculating look of someone pricing out your success, then headed straight for the refreshment station, where I'd opened premium beverages specifically for the occasion. Nice setup, Grant, he said, pouring himself a generous portion of expensive drinks. Really shows what you can accomplish when you prioritize the right things. The way he said right things, like earning money was morally questionable, made my jaw clench. But I kept my composure, professional habit. Miles immediately started his usual performance about the difference between people who create value and people who extract it. Positioning himself as the tortured artist surrounded by sellouts, the authentic creative in a room full of people who traded souls for paychecks. My friends were shooting him looks that could melt steel, but I stayed quiet and played gracious host, because here's what he didn't understand about me. He was about to give me everything I needed to end this permanently. As the evening progressed, Miles got louder and more obnoxious. He'd appointed himself the night's social commentator, holding court about everything from commodification of creativity to spiritual emptiness of pursuing financial success. Some people are driven by passion, he said, gesturing with my expensive beverages while staring directly at me. The need to create something meaningful. Others are more practical. He pronounced practical like a character flaw, like choosing financial stability over artistic struggle was evidence of moral bankruptcy. Billy was openly glaring. Liam had stopped pretending to listen. David looked like he was calculating how quickly he could remove Miles from the premises. But I stayed calm and let Miles keep digging. The best way to handle someone like this is giving them enough rope to hang themselves. Then Miles turned to Valerie with that fake, concerned expression that had become his signature move. I just want to make sure you're happy, Valerie. I mean, Grant's obviously a great provider. Theatrical pause, making sure everyone was listening. He's stable, reliable, and takes good care of you. Each word carefully chosen to damn with faint praise. This was about to get very interesting. Valerie's reaction. Instead of shutting him down or defending our relationship, she was nodding thoughtfully, like Miles was dropping profound wisdom about her life choices. She had this look I'd never seen before, not embarrassed by his disrespect, but genuinely considering his words like they held merit. Bella was staring at Valerie with open disgust. Tom looked confused, like he couldn't believe what he was witnessing. My colleagues from the firm, guys who'd seen me demolish hostile witnesses and depositions, were watching with professional curiosity, recognizing the setup for something spectacular. Miles must have read her silence as encouragement, because he decided to go for the throat. He looked me dead in the eye, smiled that smug little smile I'd grown to hate, and delivered what he thought was his knockout punch. But let's be honest, we both know she could do way better than you. Dead silence. The only sound was the HVAC humming in the background. My friends looked like they'd witnessed murder. Valerie stared at her plate, not angry at Miles for disrespecting her fiancé, but embarrassed he'd caused a scene. Worse, I caught the tiniest nod of agreement before she looked down. Tara was actually smiling like Miles had delivered profound truth that needed saying. That's when everything crystallized with clarity. This parasitic piece of work had just disrespected me in my own home, at my own celebration, while drinking my premium beverages and living off my financial support. And my fiancée, the woman I'd invested 3 years and over $150,000 in, wasn't embarrassed by what he'd said. She was embarrassed he'd said it out loud. Well, the friendly host mask came off. Time for the forensic accountant to present his case. I set down my utensils, folded my hands, and looked directly at Miles. When I spoke, my voice was quiet, controlled, completely professional, the tone I used when eviscerating hostile witnesses. That's a fascinating assessment, Miles. I'm very interested in your methodology. What exactly does doing better look like? Please be specific. He wasn't ready for this. He'd expected anger, emotional reaction, losing my temper. Instead, I was cross-examining him like the fraud he was. Well, someone more on her intellectual level, someone creative who actually understands her. I see. So the primary qualification is being creative, and I assume you see yourself fitting this description. Obviously, I understand Valerie better than anyone. I pulled out my phone and opened my banking app. Time for the evidence phase. Perfect. So you're establishing yourself as the gold standard for what Valerie deserves. Excellent. Let's examine your qualifications using actual data instead of feelings. I felt the entire room's attention laser focus on me as I pulled up my account information. This was the moment I'd been unconsciously preparing for through months of watching this parasite drain my resources while undermining my relationship. Valerie's MBA tuition at UT-$52,000 per year for 2 years, paid directly to the bursar by me. That's $104,000 invested in her future career prospects. Her 2019 Honda Accord, $16,200 purchase price. Reliable transportation with warranty coverage, titled in my name. Insurance through my policy at $180 monthly. His face was changing color, but I wasn't finished building my case. Monthly household expenses averaged $4,200 over the past 18 months. Mortgage, property taxes, utilities, groceries, maintenance. Funded entirely by me. Joint account for discretionary spending. $3,800 monthly contribution. Again, entirely from my income. I paused, letting the numbers sink in while switching apps. Liam was nodding appreciatively. He recognized surgical precision when he saw it. Now, as the self-appointed expert on what Valerie deserves, I'm curious about your investment portfolio. What have you contributed to her future lately, besides consistently talking down mine? That's not, he started. But I held up a hand. I'm not finished presenting evidence. Let's examine your financial relationship with my fiancé, shall we? I pulled out a small notebook. Yes, I'd been keeping records and flipped to the relevant pages. Billy was grinning because he knew exactly what was coming. The forensic accountant was about to go full forensic. Your BMW repairs, documented through Venmo and our joint account, March 15th, $420 power steering. April 3rd, $380 cooling system. May 22nd, $615 transmission service. July 8th, $290 electrical diagnostics. August 19th, $540 suspension work. That's $2,245 in car repairs over 8 months, all funded through accounts I maintain. One of my friends actually snorted before covering it with a cough. Miles looked like he'd been slapped, but I wasn't done yet. Then we have your rent emergencies. June shortfall, $400. August shortfall, $600. October shortfall, $450. November shortfall, $380. December shortfall, $525. Additional $2,355 in temporary loans that have never been repaid. I closed the notebook and stared directly at him. The room was so quiet you could hear Bella's glass touching the table. So let me make sure I understand your position, Miles. You believe a man who's invested over $150,000 in Valerie's education, career prospects, and quality of life is somehow inferior to a man who's extracted $4,600 from her accounts while contributing nothing tangible to her future success. Have I summarized your argument accurately? He looked like a witness who'd just been eviscerated on cross-examination, which is exactly what had happened. David was trying not to laugh. Tom was shaking his head. Even Tara looked uncomfortable for the first time all evening. But the real revelation came when I looked at Valerie, genuinely curious how she'd react to having the financial reality of our relationship laid out like that. Her face cycled through emotions. She shot up from her chair so violently it scraped against the hardwood I'd refinished with my own hands. Her whole body shaking with rage, not at Miles for disrespecting me in my own home, at me for defending myself with facts. "I cannot believe you just did that," Valerie hissed, voice low and venomous. "Are you serious? You completely humiliated him in front of everyone." I remained seated, calm. "No, Valerie, he humiliated himself. I simply presented documented evidence in response to his assessment of our relationship." "This isn't a courtroom, Grant," her voice rising, getting shrill. "This is supposed to be our home." The way she said our home, like she had equal claim to something she'd never contributed a dollar toward, summed up everything wrong with our relationship dynamic. Our home that he just disrespected me in, while drinking premium beverages I paid for and benefiting from financial support I provide. She wasn't hearing it. She was locked into defending Miles, exactly as always. Except this time, the mask of polite disagreement was completely off. Miles is the only person who actually sees me for who I am. You just see me as some investment spreadsheet. You think throwing money at everything makes you a hero. The irony was completely lost on her. Furious at me for throwing money at her success while defending the guy who'd been literally taking that money for himself. My friends were watching this meltdown with fascination and horror. Bella looked disgusted. Billy was recording everything on his phone. Smart man. Liam was taking mental notes like he was witnessing evidence for a future case. That's enough. She was screaming now, completely unhinged. "I'm tired of your rational discussions and logical analysis and way of handling everything." She turned to face the room. My friends, my celebration, my achievement, like addressing a jury that would surely side with her against my unreasonable behavior. "This is exactly what I'm talking about. Everything has to be a transaction with you. Everything analyzed and categorized and filed away like one of your cases." I could see my friends exchanging glances. They were witnessing something I'd never seen. The real Valerie, who emerged when challenged about her choices and forced to confront reality. Miles was standing behind her like a wounded puppy, looking uncomfortable but not retreating. He'd lit this fire and was content to let her burn everything down defending his position. You want everything documented and justified and proven. You can't just accept that some things are about feelings and loyalty and what, Valerie? Taking money from my accounts to support someone who actively disrespects our relationship. That's when she pulled out the nuclear option. She straightened to full height, looked around ensuring everyone was watching, and delivered her ultimatum with supreme confidence of someone who'd never faced real consequences. "I'm done with this BS. Grant, you apologize to Miles right now for what you just did or we are over. Finished. Done." Her voice got louder with each word, building to some dramatic crescendo that would force me to capitulate. She actually smiled delivering that final threat. convinced she just played her winning hand. The room held its breath. In that moment of absolute silence, I experienced the most clarifying moment of my adult life. She was standing there at my celebration in my house, demanding I apologize to the man who just insulted me while living off my financial support. But more than that, she was so convinced of her own importance, so certain of her leverage, that she believed she could deliver an ultimatum and watch me fold like a weak hand. She thought I needed her more than she needed me. Well, she's dead wrong. The love I'd felt for her didn't just die in that moment, it was executed publicly in front of witnesses, replaced by something much colder and far more dangerous. Complete clarity about who she really was and what our relationship had actually been. I looked at her with the detachment I reserved for hostile witnesses and smiled. Not angry, not hurt, just amused by someone who'd fundamentally miscalculated their position. Then over it is, sweetheart. I stood up calmly, picked up my drink and walked into the kitchen, leaving her standing in the silent dining room next to the man she'd chosen to defend. Behind me, I heard her gasp, sharp, shocked intake, like she'd been physically struck. For the first time in our entire relationship, someone hadn't done exactly what Valerie wanted. Sounds of shuffling chairs and uncomfortable murmurs followed me into the kitchen, but I didn't look back. I was already mentally organizing the next phase, because when someone shows you who they really are and forces you to choose between self-respect and compliance, there's only one rational choice. She left with Miles that night. In her mind, she'd thrown down the ultimate challenge and was waiting for me to come crawling back with apologies and promises to never question her judgment again. She had no idea what was coming. For 3 weeks, I went full ghost mode. No calls, no texts, no responses to voicemails that started confident and demanding, but grew increasingly panicked as days passed. But I wasn't sulking or wallowing. I was working with the precision that made me lethal at my job. The first weekend, I packed every single thing Valerie owned, not angrily, not vindictively, just efficiently, like closing a case file. Clothes, books, toiletries, pictures, decorative items, kitchen gadgets. Everything went into clearly labeled boxes, stacked neatly in the spare room and photographed for documentation. Billy came over Saturday to help change locks and reset security codes. $340 in 2 hours. Best money I'd ever spent. While the locksmith worked, I began making calls that would fundamentally alter Valerie's trajectory. Call number 1, UT's bursar office. Explained that due to personal circumstances, I'd no longer be making tuition payments for Valerie, effective immediately. Her spring semester payment, $26,000, was due in 18 days. They noted the change and mentioned failure to pay would result in automatic withdrawal and academic hold. Call number 2, my firm's managing partner. Explained conflict of interest and requested Valerie's removal from our summer internship program. The $28 per hour position with potential full-time offer was reassigned within 48 hours. Call number 3, insurance company. Removed Valerie from my auto policy immediately. Wouldn't affect her driving the Honda yet, but would complicate her life when she tried getting coverage. The final call, credit card company. Removed Valerie as authorized user, requested physical cards deactivated. I also contacted my attorney to draft formal documentation terminating our cohabitation agreement and establishing clear ownership of all jointly held assets. Every transaction, every payment, every investment needed an official record for potential legal challenges. Then I composed one text. Engagement ring return requested within 10 calendar days, followed with formal letter via certified mail because documentation matters when dismantling someone's lifestyle. Finally, I reclaimed my Honda Accord. Title in my name, payments from my account. Valerie no longer insured. Found it at Miles's complex and had it towed to my driveway. Perfectly legal, completely justified. But Valerie wasn't going quietly. The voicemail started day 2 and I saved every single one for potential evidence. Day 2, Grant, this is ridiculous. You're acting like a child. Call me back so we can handle this like adults. Day 4, you can't just steal my car. That's my car. I have places to be. Call me immediately. Day 7, Grant, the bursar's office called. There has to be some mistake. They're saying my tuition payment was canceled. Call me right now. Day 10, this is insane. You're destroying my life over nothing. Nothing. Call me or I'm coming over. Day 12, please Grant, I know you're hurt, but we can work this out. I know you love me. Don't throw away 3 years over one stupid fight. Day 16, I'm coming to get my things. You can't keep them hostage. The progression from entitled demands to desperate bargaining was textbook. I'd seen it before when cornering financial fraudsters. First denial, then anger, then panic as reality set in. Every dollar I'd spent on Valerie was predicated on our partnership and shared future. She'd taken a sledgehammer to that partnership. So financial support stopped. Simple cause and effect. But she had lived her entire adult life in a world where consequences were things that happened to other people. She was about to learn this was no longer the case. Exactly 3 weeks after the dinner party, my security system alerted someone at the front door. I pulled up the camera feed, and there she was, Valerie looking haggard and panicked as her key refused to work in the new lock. She rang the bell. I took my time answering because I wanted her to experience the full weight of what over actually meant. I opened the door but kept the security chain engaged. She looked terrible. Righteous anger replaced by desperation and several nights of poor sleep. But underneath the panic, I could still see that familiar entitlement burning in her eyes. Grant, we need to talk. Nope, we really don't. You made your choice 3 weeks ago. You demanded I apologize to your friend or end our engagement. I chose to end it. Conversation's over. You can't throw away 3 years over one fight. It wasn't a fight. You gave me an ultimatum. I accepted your terms. That's what over means. I could see panic setting in as she realized I wasn't bluffing or playing games for her attention. This was real and permanent. But what about school, the internship, everything we planned? What about it? Your spring tuition was due 3 days ago. I assume you and Miles figured out alternative funding since he's so much better for you. Color drained from her face completely. You didn't pay it. Why would I? You ended our engagement. My investment in your future ended with it. Grant, you can't do this to me. I'm not doing anything to you. I'm simply no longer doing things for you. There's a difference. You made a choice. Choices have consequences. You're about to learn what those look like. I started closing the door, but she stuck her foot in the gap. What about my stuff? Boxed and ready for pickup. Coordinate with Billy to collect it. His number hasn't changed. Don't contact me directly again. That's when she completely lost what remained of her composure. She started screaming. Not crying, but screaming with pure rage. This is insane. You're destroying my life because your ego got bruised. I opened the door wider and looked at her calmly. She was spiraling, and I wanted to see exactly how far down she'd go. You think you can cut me off like I'm nothing? Like 3 years means nothing? I deserve better than this. You're absolutely right, I said quietly. You do deserve this. That's when she went nuclear, screaming obscenities loud enough for the entire neighborhood to hear. She tried pushing past me into the house, stumbling when I stepped back. This is my house too. I live here. You can't lock me out. You lived here, past tense. You never owned anything here, never paid for anything here, and forfeited your right to be here when you chose Miles over me. She completely broke down, not with sadness, but with entitled rage of someone who'd never been denied anything. I'll sue you. I'll get a lawyer. I'll take everything. I actually laughed, which pushed her over the edge completely. With what money? Sue me for what? Ending financial support after you ended our engagement. Good luck finding a lawyer who will take that case. She made one final attempt to force entry before giving up and storming off to her Uber. But she wasn't done. Over the next 6 weeks, she tried everything. Sent mutual friends to reason with me about destroying an innocent woman's future. Had Tara call crying about how I was being cruel and vindictive. Even had Miles call. Miles, to tell me I was unreasonable. And Valerie made a mistake but didn't deserve this. She showed up at my office twice, both times resulting in security escorts and incident reports. Tried following me in the parking garage until I called police. Sucks to suck, but each escalation made things worse for her. The restraining order was granted easily after I presented comprehensive documentation of her harassment pattern. But the real destruction was just beginning, and it was all her own doing. Valerie had to withdraw from UT 4 months before graduating with her MBA. Turns out Miles' headshot business couldn't generate $26,000 overnight. Shocking. Student loan debt remained. $73,000 accumulated over 2 years plus interest. Now she had no degree, no career prospects requiring an MBA, and a 3-year gap in professional work history. The internship I'd arranged, typically leading to $95,000 full-time offers, went to another candidate, who's now making bank and building a solid career foundation. Valerie was not. She had to move in with Miles because she couldn't afford anything alone. But getting everything you think you want sometimes comes with unexpected costs. Miles had spent years painting himself as the romantic, creative alternative to boring, practical me. Now he was stuck with a bitter, angry woman who blamed him daily for destroying her future, while expecting him to provide the financial stability he'd spent years criticizing. But I wasn't finished with Miles yet. When you're a forensic accountant who's watched someone drain your accounts for over a year, you notice patterns. Let's say our hero had very interesting patterns that got my attention. All those emergency repairs and rent payments. Miles always insisted on cash, said he didn't trust banks, and preferred keeping things simple. What he actually preferred was keeping transactions off official records. So I did what I do professionally, followed the money trail. Miles had been running his photography business completely under the table for years. No business license, no tax reporting, no legitimate structure, just cash payments that never appeared on tax returns. Over 4 years, that represented substantial unreported income. I documented everything meticulously, every cash transaction I could verify, every business expense claimed while having no legal entity, every rental payment suggesting higher income than reported, then compiled a comprehensive report for the IRS and Texas Controller. Oops. I also discovered his lease specified single occupancy only, no overnight guests for more than 14 consecutive days. Having Valerie move in permanently violated his lease agreement and could result in immediate eviction. The beauty of targeting someone like Miles is his entire lifestyle was built on cutting corners and avoiding legitimate responsibility. When actual consequences caught up, everything collapsed. The IRS audit hit Miles first. Turns out when you've been dodging taxes while living beyond reported means, the government takes that personally. Miles suddenly faced back taxes, penalties, and interest totaling over $31,000, more than his legitimate annual income. His landlord initiated eviction proceedings for lease violation. He tried lying his way out, but I'd provided photographic evidence of Valerie's permanent residence. Several photography clients received letters from the state investigating unlicensed business operations. Word spread quickly that hiring Miles might bring legal complications. Within 10 weeks, the guy lost his apartment, most of his client base, and faced crushing tax debt with no way to pay. Supporting an angry ex-MBA student who constantly reminded him he destroyed her future suddenly seemed less appealing. He abandoned Valerie 2 weeks before eviction, just disappeared while she was at her new retail job, leaving household debt and a note about needing space to figure things out. The engagement ring was never voluntarily returned. I filed in small claims court, got judgment, and had her wages garnished until the $4,800 ring was repaid with interest. Took 11 months, but I recovered every penny. 4 months after garnishment satisfaction, a lawyer contacted me about Valerie's lawsuit for financial abuse and emotional distress. The attorney dropped her case after reviewing my documentation and the recording of her breakdown at my door. Turns out voluntary financial support during relationships doesn't create legal obligation, and you can't claim distress from someone enforcing consequences you demanded. Now, last I heard through mutual friends, Valerie works retail management and lives with roommates near the interstate. She still tells anyone who'll listen that I'm a controlling monster who manipulated finances to trap her, and Miles was a coward who abandoned her when she needed him most. Too bad. Miles moved back with his parents in Houston and works at a corporate portrait studio for $18 an hour. Word is he's learned to file taxes properly, avoid giving relationship advice, and think carefully before targeting someone who investigates financial fraud professionally. My friends still reference that dinner party. They call it the night Grant went forensic. Billy had it printed on a shirt. I didn't do this for revenge, though I admit the results were satisfying. I did it for self-respect and basic accountability. That's what over actually means. Story 5, he's everything you'll never be, she said about our neighbor. So I packed her bags that weekend. The neighbor called her desperate, she lost all her friends, and I finally found peace. Looking back now, I can see the warning signs were there all along, but when you're 3 years deep into what you think is a solid relationship, you tend to miss the cracks in the foundation. I'm Carter, 31, been a firefighter with Austin Fire Department for 8 years now. And until recently, I thought I had my life figured out with Jessica, a real estate agent who seemed to appreciate the kind of man I was. We'd been together since she moved into the neighborhood 3 years ago, and I genuinely believed we were building something real in our little corner of suburban Austin. I'm the kind of guy who shows up when he says he will, helps neighbors fix their sprinkler systems on weekends, volunteers for the annual community safety fair, and never misses one of Jessica's open houses because I knew how important her career was to her. She used to brag to her friends about having a real man who actually served his community, someone dependable who didn't just talk about helping others, but actually did it every single day. Our street was one of those tight-knit neighborhoods where everyone knew each other's names, where we'd have impromptu barbecues in someone's backyard every few weeks, and where the annual block party was genuinely something people looked forward to. Jessica and I were the couple everyone could count on. I'd bring the grill and the fire safety reminders. She'd bring the charm and the inside scoop on which houses might be going up for sale soon. We hosted game nights, helped organize the neighborhood watch program, and Jessica always made sure our yard looked perfect because presentation matters in real estate. I thought we complemented each other perfectly. She brought social energy and ambition. I brought stability and genuine care for the people around us. The neighbors loved us, especially the older couples who appreciated having a firefighter right on their street, and Jessica seemed proud to be with someone they all respected and trusted. I remember thinking during last year's 4th of July block party, watching Jessica laugh with the neighbors while I manned the grill, that this was exactly the kind of life I wanted, rooted, meaningful, surrounded by good people who actually cared about each other. She'd grab my arm during conversations, introduce me as my firefighter, and I felt like we were genuinely partners building something lasting together in a community that valued the same things we did. Everything changed the day Ethan moved into the house next door with his wife and 2 young kids. I was at work when the moving truck arrived, but Jessica called me during my shift, practically bubbling with excitement about our interesting new neighbors. She'd apparently spent the entire morning watching the movers carry inexpensive furniture and what looked like high-end electronics, and she couldn't stop talking about the sleek black Tesla in the driveway and the professional landscaping crew that showed up the same afternoon. When I got home that evening, Jessica was practically vibrating with curiosity, pointing out how the new guy had already installed smart outdoor lighting and was setting up what looked like a home office in the front room. He's some kind of tech entrepreneur, she told me, having somehow extracted this information during a brief introduction. Works from home, travels for business, just moved here from California for a fresh start. Within a week, I started noticing Jessica's sudden interest in yard work coinciding perfectly with Ethan's morning routine. She'd never been much for early morning anything, but suddenly she was up at 6:30, coffee in hand, watering plants that didn't need watering while Ethan went for his daily run. "He's so disciplined," she'd comment, watching him stretch on his front porch. "Look how he just commits to that routine every single day." Then came the observations about his landscaping projects. Every weekend, Ethan would be outside doing something, installing new flower beds, building a custom deck, setting up an elaborate outdoor kitchen area that probably cost more than my truck. Jessica would find reasons to be in our front yard pruning bushes that were already perfectly trimmed, just to watch him work. "Did you see how he just dove into that deck project?" she'd ask me. No permits, no endless planning, just saw what he wanted and made it happen. The way she said it felt pointed, like a subtle criticism of my more methodical approach to home improvements. During neighborhood gatherings, Jessica would gravitate toward conversations about Ethan's latest projects, asking detailed questions about his renovation timeline and his decision-making process. Ethan completely renovated his kitchen in one weekend. She'd announced to whoever would listen. Can you believe that? Most people would spend months planning something like that. She'd learned that he'd negotiated directly with the HOA to get approval for his deck modifications, somehow charming the board into fast-tracking his requests when other neighbors had waited months for similar approvals. He just knows how to take charge of a situation, Jessica would say with obvious admiration. Some people just have that natural confidence, you know. I started paying closer attention to her schedule, and the pattern became impossible to ignore. Our dog Max, who'd always been walked sporadically whenever Jessica felt like it, suddenly had a very regular schedule that happened to align perfectly with Ethan's outdoor activities. Morning walks at 7 when he left for his run, evening walks at 6 when he got home from business trips, weekend walks that somehow always involved multiple passes by his driveway when he was washing his car or working on projects. What started as innocent admiration quickly morphed into something that felt like a constant performance review of my life, with Ethan as the gold standard I was apparently failing to meet. Jessica's comments became sharper, more pointed, always framed as helpful observations about how things could be better if I just approached them differently. When our bathroom faucet started leaking, and I suggested we save up for a few months to do a proper renovation instead of just patching it, Jessica let out this exaggerated sigh that had become her signature response to my practical suggestions. You know, Ethan just redid his entire master bathroom in 2 weeks, she said, scrolling through what I assumed were pictures he'd shared in the neighborhood group chat. He saw what he wanted, made a decision, and just went for it instead of overthinking everything to death. The way she said overthinking made it sound like a character flaw, like my tendency to research contractors and compare quotes was somehow evidence of weakness rather than basic financial responsibility. During neighborhood gatherings, the comparisons became more public and more humiliating. At the monthly block party, I'd set up a fire safety demonstration for the kids, something I'd been doing for 2 years that parents genuinely appreciated. This time, Jessica spent the entire presentation standing with a group of neighbors, loudly praising Ethan's confidence during his recent HOA board meeting presentation about neighborhood security upgrades. He just commands attention when he speaks, she announced, her voice carrying over my explanation of fire escape plans. Some people just have that natural leadership presence, you know. When I finished my presentation and walked over to join the conversation, Jessica barely acknowledged my contribution to the community event we were literally hosting in our backyard. Instead, she immediately launched into more details about Ethan's proposal for upgraded street lighting, describing his PowerPoint slides and professional presentation style like she'd been taking notes. He doesn't just talk about making things better, she said, glancing at me meaningfully. He actually follows through with real solutions. The subtle digs became a constant soundtrack to our daily life. When I suggested we take time to research vacation destinations before booking our spring trip, Jessica would mention how Ethan and his family had spontaneously decided to spend a long weekend in Colorado and just booked it that same day. Must be nice to be secure enough to just make decisions without analyzing every possible scenario, she'd say, making spontaneity sound like courage and my careful planning sound like cowardice. Even my work schedule became fair game for comparison. When I picked up extra shifts to help cover for a colleague going through a difficult divorce, Jessica complained that I was never around anymore, then immediately contrasted it with how Ethan managed to work from home while still being available for his family. He's figured out that work-life balance thing, she'd observe. Some people just know how to prioritize what actually matters. It didn't matter that my extra shifts were helping a friend in crisis, or that firefighting doesn't exactly offer the luxury of working from a home office. Jessica had found her measuring stick, and I was coming up short in every category. The breaking point came during our annual summer barbecue, an event Jessica had been planning for weeks, and that I'd been genuinely looking forward to as a chance to reconnect with our neighbors and maybe recapture some of the easy camaraderie we used to share. I'd spent the afternoon prepping the grill, setting up tables in our backyard, and making sure we had enough seating for everyone who'd RSVP'd. Jessica had been drinking wine since 3 o'clock, claiming she needed to take the edge off her hosting anxiety, but I could tell the alcohol was making her bolder, more willing to say things she usually kept as pointed looks or subtle comments. By the time our neighbors started arriving around 5, Jessica was already 3 glasses deep and holding court near the patio, regaling Sarah and Mike from down the street with stories about Ethan's latest home improvement projects. "You should see what he's done with his backyard," she was saying, gesturing dramatically with her wine glass. "Complete outdoor kitchen, built-in seating, professional-grade lighting. The man just sees what he wants and makes it happen." When Tom and Linda joined the conversation, Jessica immediately steered the discussion toward Ethan's recent business trip to Seattle and how he'd managed to negotiate some major contract while he was there. "He was telling me about it yesterday morning during our chat by the mailboxes," she said, and I noticed she made sure to emphasize that they'd been having regular conversations. Some people just have that entrepreneurial mindset, you know. They see opportunities everywhere instead of just accepting whatever situation they're handed. I was manning the grill, trying to focus on not burning anyone's burger, but Jessica's voice carried across the yard with increasing volume and decreasing filter. When our neighbor Dave mentioned that he'd been thinking about starting a side business, Jessica immediately launched into more details about Ethan's success story, comparing his risk-taking mentality to people who play it safe their whole lives and wonder why nothing exciting ever happens to them. The comment felt like a direct shot, especially delivered in front of our friends, but I tried to redirect the conversation by asking Dave about his business idea. "That's awesome, man. What kind of timeline are you thinking?" I called over from the grill. Jessica barely let Dave answer before jumping back in with more Ethan commentary. "You know what I love about confident people? They don't need to overthink every single decision. Ethan told me he basically decided to move here after one weekend trip to Austin. Can you imagine just trusting your instincts like that?" She looked directly at me while saying it, her eyes bright with wine and something that looked like challenge. "Some people spend months researching and planning and analyzing every possible outcome, but real leaders just know what they want and go after it." The conversation continued like this for another hour, with Jessica finding increasingly obvious ways to work Ethan's name into every topic, while simultaneously taking shots at what she clearly saw as my overcautious approach to life. When Linda complimented our garden and mentioned that Jessica must have a green thumb, Jessica immediately credited her recent gardening inspiration to watching someone who actually knows how to take charge of outdoor projects. When Mike asked about our vacation plans, Jessica sighed about how some people like to plan everything 6 months in advance instead of just being spontaneous and adventurous. By 8 o'clock, most of our neighbors had headed home, citing early work schedules or babysitter curfews, and I found myself cleaning up the aftermath of what should have been a fun community gathering, but it felt more like a public referendum on my inadequacy as a man. Jessica was still nursing her wine, now sitting on our patio furniture scrolling through her phone, probably looking at more pictures of Ethan's latest projects. "That was a good party," she said without looking up. "Everyone seemed to have fun." I was stacking plates and loading the dishwasher, trying to process the evening and figure out how to address what it felt like 3 hours of public humiliation disguised as casual conversation. "Jessica, we need to talk about tonight," I said, keeping my voice level. "What happened out there wasn't okay." She finally looked up from her phone, and I could see that familiar defensive expression settling across her face. "What are you talking about? I was just making conversation with our friends. You spent the entire evening talking about Ethan while basically telling everyone with an earshot that I'm some kind of boring, overcautious loser who can't make decisions." "That's not what I said." "It's exactly what you said, in front of our neighbors. People who have known us for 3 years." Jessica set down her wine glass harder than necessary, the sound sharp against the patio table. "God, Carter, you being so sensitive. I can't help it if other people are more interesting to talk about than your work schedule and your endless planning sessions." "More interesting?" "Jessica, you brought up Ethan's name at least 15 times tonight." You couldn't get through a single conversation without comparing me to him, maybe because the comparison isn't exactly flattering for you. The words hung in the air between us, sharp and cruel, and more honest than anything she'd said in months. I stopped loading the dishwasher and turned to look at her directly. What's that supposed to mean? It means exactly what you think it means. Jessica stood up, swaying slightly, her inhibitions completely dissolved by wine and months of building resentment. He's everything you'll never be, Carter. Successful, confident, exciting. He takes risks, makes things happen, doesn't spend 3 months researching which contractor to hire for a simple bathroom repair. Her voice was getting louder, more vicious with each word. If he wanted me, I'd leave you tomorrow without looking back. Hell, I'd probably pack tonight if I thought he was interested. The statement hit me like a physical blow, not because it was surprising, but because it was so brutally honest that it stripped away any pretense that we were having a normal relationship argument. This wasn't about communication or different perspectives on home improvement projects. This was Jessica telling me that she'd already decided I wasn't enough and was just waiting for a better option to present itself. I stood there for a long moment, dish towel still in my hands, looking at this woman I'd spent 3 years loving and supporting and building a life with, realizing that somewhere along the way she'd stopped seeing me as a partner and started seeing me as a placeholder. "Okay," I said quietly, setting the towel on the counter. "I heard you loud and clear." She seemed taken aback by my calm response, probably expecting me to argue or beg or promise to change. Instead, I finished loading the dishwasher, turned it on, and walked outside to sit on our front porch, staring across at Ethan's perfectly manicured lawn while processing the fact that my relationship had just ended, not with a discussion or a mutual decision, but with Jessica basically announcing that she was already emotionally checked out and just waiting for her upgrade to become available. I woke up at 5:30 the next morning, which was earlier than usual but felt right given the I'd found sitting on that porch until nearly midnight. Jessica was still passed out in our bedroom, probably going to wake up with a brutal hangover and hopefully some regret about the things she'd said. But I wasn't interested in waiting around for apologies or explanations that would just be damage control anyway. She'd shown me exactly who she was and what she really thought of our relationship, and I was finally ready to listen. I started in the closet, methodically folding her clothes and placing them in the suitcases I'd pulled from our storage room. 3 years of shared living space meant her belongings were mixed in with mine throughout the house, but I'd always been detail-oriented, and this morning that trait served me well as I worked through each room with the systematic approach I used for equipment checks at the fire station. Her jewelry box from the dresser, the expensive skincare products that took up half our bathroom counter, the stack of real estate magazines she kept on her nightstand but never actually read. Each item went into boxes or suitcases with the same care I'd use for inventory management at work, not out of lingering affection, but because doing things properly was just who I was, even when ending a relationship with someone who'd made it clear she didn't value that quality. By 9 o'clock, I had 4 suitcases packed and 3 cardboard boxes filled with miscellaneous items, all arranged neatly in our living room like a well-organized staging area. I was loading her coffee maker into the final box when I heard Jessica stumble out of the bedroom, probably drawn by the sound of movement and the absence of her usual Saturday morning coffee routine. "What the hell are you doing?" she asked, her voice rough with sleep and dehydration, squinting at the collection of luggage like she couldn't quite process what she was seeing. "It's pretty obvious what I'm doing," I said, continuing to wrap her coffee maker in a dish towel. "I'm packing your things." "Carter, what are you talking about? Why are my clothes in suitcases?" She moved closer to the living room, now fully awake and starting to look genuinely confused rather than just hungover. "You were very clear last night about your priorities and your feelings about our relationship. I'm just helping you transition to whatever comes next." I kept my voice calm and matter-of-fact, the same tone I'd use for briefing new recruits about safety protocols. Jessica stared at the suitcases for another moment, then let out a laugh that sounded forced and nervous. Oh my God, Carter, you're being completely ridiculous. I was drunk last night. People say stupid things when they've been drinking. You can't seriously be this upset about some silly comments I made at a party. Silly comments. I stopped packing and looked at her directly. You told me that if Ethan wanted you, you'd leave me tomorrow without looking back. You said he's everything I'll never be. Those weren't silly comments, Jessica. That was you telling me exactly how you feel. I was being dramatic. You know how I get when I've had too much wine. I didn't mean any of that stuff. She was moving into damage control mode now, her voice taking on that placating tone she used when she wanted to smooth over conflicts without actually addressing them. I think you meant every word of it. And honestly, I think you've been meaning it for months. Last night was just the first time you were drunk enough to say it out loud. Jessica's expression shifted from confusion to irritation, probably realizing that her usual deflection tactics weren't going to work this time. So what? You're just going to throw away 3 years because of one argument? That's your solution. I'm not throwing anything away. You already did that when you decided I wasn't good enough and started shopping around for my replacement. I went back to packing, adding her expensive face masks and the organic shampoo she special ordered online. This isn't shopping around, Carter. This is you completely overreacting to a stupid fight and making decisions when you're angry. I'm not angry, Jessica. I'm done. There's a difference. The finality in my voice must have registered because her tone changed again, becoming more urgent, more desperate. Okay, fine. Maybe I said some things I shouldn't have said. Maybe I've been frustrated with some aspects of our relationship. But that doesn't mean I want to break up. We can work on this stuff. No, we can't work on this. You want someone different than who I am. You want someone like Ethan, and that's never going to be me. I'm not going to spend the next however many years trying to turn myself into your ideal man while you resent me for not being exciting enough. I closed the final box and stacked it with the others. You have until Sunday evening to get all of this out of here. I'm going to stay at the station this weekend, so you can move everything without having to deal with me being around. Sunday evening. Carter, that's completely unreasonable. Where am I supposed to go on such short notice? I don't know, Jessica, and frankly, that's not my problem to solve anymore. You're a capable adult with a real estate license and plenty of connections. Figure it out. The harshness of my words seemed to shock her, probably because I'd spent 3 years being accommodating and supportive, always willing to help solve her problems or smooth over difficulties. You're being cruel, she said, and for the first time that morning she sounded genuinely hurt rather than just defensive. I'm being honest. For the first time in months, maybe years, I'm being completely honest about what I want and what I'm willing to accept. I grabbed my keys and wallet from the kitchen counter. I already talked to my captain this morning. I'm going to pick up some extra training shifts and help with equipment maintenance. When I come back Sunday night, I expect you and all your belongings to be gone. Carter, please, can we just sit down and talk about this like adults? I know I messed up last night, but we can fix this. We've been together for 3 years. That has to count for something. She was following me toward the front door now, her voice taking on a pleading quality I'd never heard before. It counted for something right up until you told me you'd leave me for the neighbor without looking back. That's when it stopped counting. I paused at the door and turned to look at her one more time, standing there in her pajamas surrounded by packed suitcases, probably realizing for the first time that her words actually had consequences. You know what the really sad part is? If you just talked to me about being unhappy or wanting changes in our relationship, we probably could have worked something out. But instead, you spent months making me feel inadequate while fantasizing about someone else. That's not a relationship problem, Jessica. That's a character problem. I left her standing there in our living room, surrounded by the evidence of our shared life packed up and ready to go, and drove to the fire station feeling lighter than I had in months, ready to spend the weekend doing work that actually mattered with people who respected what I brought to the table. The fallout from Jessica's weekend of reckoning spread through our neighborhood faster than I could have imagined, thanks to her spectacularly misguided attempt to turn her fantasy into reality. According to Sarah, who filled me in later with a mixture of concern and barely contained gossip, Jessica had apparently spent Sunday morning working up the courage to approach Ethan directly, convinced that my sudden exit meant she was finally free to pursue what she'd been wanting all along. She waited until Monday morning, timing her approach to coincide with Ethan's regular 7 o'clock run, positioning herself by her mailbox with what Sarah described as obviously calculated casualness. When Ethan jogged past, Jessica called out a cheerful good morning and asked if he had a few minutes to chat about neighborhood dynamics and some changes happening in the area. Ethan, being polite, stopped his run and walked over, probably expecting some routine HOA discussion or community event planning. Instead, Jessica launched into what Sarah later described as a painfully obvious attempt at flirtation, suggesting they grab coffee sometime to discuss how the neighborhood's social structure might be evolving, and mentioning that she was newly single and looking forward to getting to know people better. The rejection was swift and brutal. Ethan, who'd apparently been increasingly uncomfortable with Jessica's attention over the past few months, didn't bother with polite deflection. "Jessica, I need to be very direct with you," he said, loud enough that Sarah could hear from her own driveway where she was loading her kids into the car for school. "Your behavior toward me has been inappropriate for months. I'm happily married, I love my wife, and I'm not interested in any kind of relationship with you beyond basic neighborly politeness. You need to respect those boundaries." Jessica tried to backtrack, claiming she'd been misunderstood and was just being friendly, but Ethan cut her off. "There's nothing friendly about the way you've been timing your activities around my schedule or the comments you've been making about my marriage and my family." It stops now. The entire exchange lasted maybe 3 minutes, but Sarah witnessed every excruciating second of it, and by noon that day, the story had made its way through the neighborhood women's group chat with the kind of speed usually reserved for genuine emergencies. The consensus was swift and merciless. Jessica had thrown away a good man for a married neighbor who wanted absolutely nothing to do with her, and the desperation of her approach had revealed a side of her personality that made everyone deeply uncomfortable. Within a week, the social invitations stopped coming. Jessica was conspicuously absent from the monthly book club meeting, uninvited to the impromptu girls' night that Linda organized, and excluded from the group text chain where the neighborhood women coordinated everything from babysitting swaps to restaurant recommendations. The community that had once admired her confidence and social energy now saw her as fundamentally untrustworthy, someone who would destroy a good relationship for a fantasy and then embarrass herself pursuing a married man. Her real estate business, which had relied heavily on neighborhood referrals and word-of-mouth recommendations, began suffering almost immediately. Two potential clients who lived in nearby developments canceled consultations after hearing about the drama from mutual friends, and the listing appointment she'd been courting with the elderly couple 3 streets over mysteriously went to a different agent. In a tight-knit community where reputation mattered and people talked, Jessica had managed to destroy years of professional relationship building in a matter of days, all because she couldn't keep her personal chaos separate from her business dealings. 3 months later, I ran into Jessica at the H-E-B on Barton Springs Road, and the transformation was startling enough that I almost didn't recognize her at first. I was picking up groceries after my shift, still in my lieutenant uniform since I'd gotten promoted the week before, when I spotted someone in the produce section who looked familiar but somehow diminished. It was Jessica, but a version of her I'd never seen before, hollow-eyed, 20 pounds lighter, wearing clothes that looked like they came from Target instead of the boutiques she used to frequent. Her hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail, no makeup, none of the polished presentation that had once been her signature. She saw me at the same moment I recognized her, and I watched her face cycle through surprise, embarrassment, and what looked like genuine desperation before settling on a forced smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Carter," she said, abandoning her cart of generic groceries to walk over. "Hi, you look really good. The uniform suits you." I nodded politely, the way I'd acknowledge any acquaintance from my past. "Thanks. How are you doing, Jessica?" The question seemed to break something in her composure, and I watched her struggle to maintain the pretense that everything was fine. I'm doing okay, just adjusting to some changes. I heard you got promoted, Lieutenant, right? That's amazing. You always deserved more recognition for the work you do. Her voice had a brittle quality, like someone trying very hard to sound normal while everything was falling apart. I appreciate that. Are you still in real estate? Sort of. It's been a challenging market lately. She wasn't meeting my eyes, and I could tell there was a story behind that vague answer that probably involved the professional consequences of her neighborhood reputation. I've actually been doing some soul-searching lately, thinking about mistakes I've made and people I've hurt. Here it comes, I thought, recognizing the setup for what was clearly going to be an apology designed to test whether I'd be interested in reconciliation. I owe you a huge apology, Carter. What I said that night, the way I treated you toward the end of our relationship, it was horrible and unfair, and you didn't deserve any of it. She was looking directly at me now, her eyes bright with unshed tears. I was going through something, questioning everything about my life and my choices, and I took it out on you instead of dealing with my own issues. I think maybe I was testing you, testing us, to see if what we had was strong enough to survive some rough patches, and I went about it in the worst possible way. I listened to her explanation, noting how she framed her cruelty as some kind of relationship test rather than the simple truth that she'd found someone she thought was better and had been cruel enough to tell me so. I miss us, she continued when I didn't respond immediately. I miss what we had, the stability, the way you always made me feel safe and cared for. I know I messed up badly, but I've learned so much about myself these past few months, and I think we could build something even stronger if you'd be willing to try again. The offer hung between us in the fluorescent lighting of the grocery store, and I realized with something approaching wonder that I felt absolutely nothing about it. No anger at her manipulation, no satisfaction at her obvious desperation, no temptation to gloat about how her pursuit of Ethan had backfired so spectacularly. Just complete indifference towards someone who'd once shared my bed and my future, but had revealed herself to be fundamentally incompatible with everything I valued about partnership and loyalty. I appreciate the apology, Jessica, and I hope you figure out whatever you're going through, I said honestly. But I'm not interested in trying again. I'm in a good place now, and I'm dating someone who actually wants to be with me. I didn't mention that the someone was Emma, a nurse from the hospital who laughed at my terrible jokes, appreciated my methodical approach to planning weekend trips, and had never once made me feel like I needed to apologize for being who I was. "Oh," Jessica said, and I watched her face crumple slightly. "Well, I hope she makes you happy. You deserve to be happy. Thank you. I hope you find what you're looking for too." I meant it genuinely, not because I had any residual feelings for her, but because holding on to resentment seemed like a waste of energy better spent on the life I was actually building. As I walked away toward the checkout line, I felt something I hadn't expected: gratitude. Gratitude that Jessica's cruelty had forced me to recognize my own worth. Gratitude that her betrayal had freed me to find someone who actually appreciated the qualities she'd found boring. And gratitude that sometimes the worst thing that happens to you turns out to be the best thing that could have happened. The woman who'd once made me feel inadequate had inadvertently led me to a promotion, a better relationship, and a clearer understanding of what I actually wanted from life. And for that unexpected gift, I was genuinely thankful. Story 6, my girlfriend posted, if he wanted to, he would, after I said no to a $4,000 vacation with her friends. I texted back, "You're right." Then I canceled the trip I had already planned for just us, packed up her things from my place, and blocked her number. When she came back from that girl's trip, she found out exactly who already did what I wouldn't. You know that saying, if he wanted to, he would. It's the kind of thing you see on Instagram, plastered over a picture of a sunset or a ridiculously good-looking couple on a yacht. It's the official slogan for women who believe their boyfriends should be a combination of a mind reader, a magician, and a walking ATM. My now ex-girlfriend, Monica, treated that phrase like it was gospel. Unfortunately for her, she was about to get a very literal lesson in its meaning. It all started, as most of my headaches did, with a brunch. Monica came back to my apartment from a bottomless mimosa session with her 3 friends, who I privately referred to as the Coven. She had that look in her eye, the one that meant she'd been scrolling through social media and had decided her life was tragically unfabulous and that I was the designated contractor for its renovation. She flopped onto the couch next to me, phone in hand. "Babe, you will never guess what Tiffany is doing for her birthday." I didn't have to guess. She was already showing me a picture of a beach in Cholula, Mexico. "She's taking everyone for a whole week, all-inclusive," she announced, as if this was the most incredible act of generosity since the invention of charity. "I run a small engineering firm. I do well. I'm comfortable, but I'm not an idiot. I live in a nice place because I own it, not because I rent it. I drive a reliable car that's paid off. My idea of a good time is a weekend in the mountains, not dropping $4 grand on a trip designed for social media content." "That's nice of her," I said, turning my attention back to the game on TV. "Well," she said, dragging the word out, "that's the thing. Her boyfriend is paying for her half, but the rest of us have to cover our own. It's only like $4,000, only." The word hung in the air between us. I looked at her. She had the perfectly practiced pleading look on her face, the one that usually worked. "Monica, $4,000 is a lot of money for a trip with your friends," I said, keeping my voice even. "But it's Tiffany's birthday," she said, as if that made it a national holiday. "And besides, we never go anywhere." This was, to put it mildly, a lie. We went places. We just went to places I thought were actually interesting, not just places with good lighting for selfies. But that wasn't the real kicker. The real kicker was that I had already booked and paid for a surprise trip for just the two of us for our anniversary next month. 10 days in a quiet, beautiful corner of northern Italy. We're talking a lakeside villa, incredible food, scenic drives, the whole 9 yards. It was a trip for us, a real vacation, not a performance for her followers. It had cost me a hell of a lot more than $4,000, but it was an investment in my relationship. Or so I thought. "I don't have $4,000 to spend on a girl's trip to Mexico right now," I said. It was a polite way of saying, "There is a 0% chance I am paying for you to go get drunk in another country with 3 people I can't stand." The change in her was instant. The pleading look vanished, replaced by a cold, hard glare. "I can't believe you," she said. "It's like you don't even care about my happiness." The conversation devolved from there into the usual circular argument. It ended with her storming into the bedroom and slamming the door. I just sighed and turned up the volume on the game. I figured she'd get over it in a day or two. I was wrong. The next afternoon, my phone buzzed. It was a notification that she had tagged me in a post. I opened Instagram and there it was, a professionally vague, passive-aggressive masterpiece. It was a picture of a sunset, probably stolen from Google Images, with that phrase written in elegant script: "If he wanted to, he would." There it was, a public declaration that I, the uncooperative boyfriend, was failing in my duties. My crime. Refusing to finance a last-minute $4,000 party trip. I looked at the post, then at the comments already rolling in from the Coven. Tiffany wrote, "He doesn't deserve you, Queen. Megan, this is what I'm talking about. Know your worth." They were publicly shaming me for being financially responsible. I stared at the screen and I didn't get angry. A strange sense of calm washed over me. It was like a complex engineering problem had suddenly been simplified. The variables were clear. The objective was defined. I took a screenshot of her post. I opened my messaging app, attached the image, and sent it to her with a 2-word reply. "You're right." Then I put my phone on silent. She thought she was playing a game of emotional chess, trying to checkmate me into paying for her trip. She had no idea I had just flipped the whole board over. She was about to find out what it really meant when a man wants to, and what he does when he really, really doesn't. Update 1. It's been a week since my last post. A lot has happened and my apartment has gotten significantly cleaner and about 150 pounds lighter. Thanks for all the support and the hilarious comments. Some of you guys are twisted, and I appreciate that. So after I sent Monica that "you're right" text, my phone was quiet for exactly 11 minutes. I imagine that's how long it took for her and the Coven to debate the meaning of my message. Then the floodgates opened, a string of texts. "What does that mean? Are you serious? You're being so childish." This was followed by a series of missed calls. I ignored them all. I was busy. I had a project to manage. My first call was to the travel agency that had booked the Italy trip. I explained the situation to the agent, a nice woman named Brenda who had been very excited for me. "Brenda," I said, "I have some unfortunate news. It appears my girlfriend has a previously unscheduled career-defining brunch or something, so our trip to Italy is off." She was confused but professional. There was a hefty cancellation fee which I was fine with. I considered it the idiot tax for not seeing the red flag sooner. Still, I got a substantial amount of money refunded to my account. Phase 2 began immediately. I hired a moving company that specialized in discreet professional relocations. That's a fancy term for, we pack up your ex's stuff so you don't have to. While Monica was at work the next day, two guys showed up with about 100 boxes. It was a fascinating archaeological dig through the remnants of our relationship. The sheer volume of stuff was staggering. Clothes, shoes, makeup, and about 1,000 decorative pillows that you weren't actually allowed to use. They packed up everything. Every last hair clip, every half-empty bottle of ridiculously expensive face cream, every live laugh love sign. I supervised the whole operation, making sure they didn't accidentally pack my toothbrush or my dignity. Her belongings were taken to a climate-controlled storage unit. I paid for the first month. I had the key and the access code sent to her friend Tiffany's address via courier, along with a cashier's check for the security deposit. She'd never paid me for the apartment. I included a simple typed note. "As you pointed out, if I wanted to, I would. It turns out I don't. This is me growing up. Have a nice trip." I spent the rest of the evening cleaning. I scrubbed the apartment from top to bottom. I threw out all the scented candles that made my place smell like a Yankee Candle factory exploded. I reclaimed my bathroom counter. It was therapeutic. Meanwhile, Monica was having a meltdown. Her texts had turned from confused to furious. She accused me of being a psycho, of being controlling. She even had her mom call me, who I politely told that her daughter's relationship issues were not a topic I was going to discuss with her. The best part, she actually decided to go on the trip to Mexico. I guess she couldn't stand the humiliation of telling her friends that her ATM had been shut down. I found out later from a mutual acquaintance that she put the whole $4,000 on her credit card, a card that I knew for a fact was already close to its limit. She went, determined to project an image of an unbothered, independent woman having the time of her life. Her Instagram was a masterclass in denial. Pictures of cocktails on the beach, boomerangs of her and her friends laughing, all captioned with inspiring quotes about self-worth and not settling. It was like watching someone try to put out a house fire with a water pistol. While she was busy curating her fake vacation, I was reallocating some recently freed-up capital. My younger sister Jenna is a graphic designer. She's incredibly talented, but she's been struggling to get her freelance business off the ground. She's been working on an old, slow laptop, using outdated software and taking on cheap projects just to make rent. She has the drive and the talent, but she's never had the resources. She's the opposite of Monica in every way, hardworking, humble, and deeply passionate about what she does. She had been saving up for a new computer and a professional-grade software suite, but it was slow going. The total cost was about $5,000, so I took the money that was refunded from the canceled Italy trip, added a little extra, and went shopping. I bought her the most powerful laptop on the market, a huge professional monitor, the full Adobe Creative Cloud subscription for a year, and a top-of-the-line drawing tablet. I had it all delivered to her small apartment. I didn't tell her it was coming. I just got a call from her an hour after it was delivered. She was sobbing, but these were the good kind of tears. She was completely overwhelmed. She kept asking what she had done to deserve it. "You worked for it," I told her. "I'm not giving you a gift. I'm making an investment in your business. You can pay me back when you're a big shot." There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Then she just whispered, "Thank you." So while Monica was racking up credit card debt to prove a point to a guy who wasn't even watching, I was investing in someone's future. Someone who actually had one. Monica's trip ends tomorrow. She's going to come back to a maxed-out credit card, a bunch of stuff in a storage unit, and a harsh dose of reality. She thought the ultimate power move was posting a passive-aggressive meme. She's about to find out what a real power move looks like. She's about to find out who did with the money I wouldn't. Final update, the show is over, the curtains have dropped, and I've never felt better. The past 2 weeks have been illuminating. I honestly expected more of a fight when Monica got back from Mexico, but what I got was so much more satisfying. She returned on a Sunday night, sunburnt, and from what I heard, in a terrible mood. The trip, apparently, was not the paradise she'd portrayed on Instagram. According to my source, a friend of a friend who knows one of the coven, the vibe soured quickly once her friends realized she was expecting them to cover her drinks and meals after her card got declined on day 3. The all-inclusive resort wasn't as all-inclusive as she thought. She didn't try to come to my apartment right away. I think she was too proud, or maybe she was trying to formulate a strategy. She stayed with Tiffany for a couple of days. That arrangement ended abruptly when the storage unit company called Tiffany's phone, reminding her that the next month's rent was due in a week. I guess Tiffany wasn't thrilled about being the point of contact for Monica's mountain of useless junk. The inevitable confrontation happened last night. I was at my place, going over some business plans with my sister Jenna. We had my laptop connected to the big TV, looking at the new portfolio website she had built with her new gear. The quality of her work had skyrocketed. She was already getting inquiries from bigger clients. She was buzzing with energy and ideas. Then the buzzer rang. I knew it was Monica. I let her up. I wanted her to see this. When I opened the door, she looked exhausted. The vacation glow was gone, replaced by a pale, stressed look. She started in immediately, no preamble. Her voice was high and shaky with anger. "What is wrong with you?" she demanded. "You pack up my stuff, you send it to Tiffany's, you cancel my credit card, all because I wanted to go on a trip with my friends." I didn't say anything. I just leaned against the doorframe, hands in my pockets, and let her vent. It was a long, rambling tirade about how I was controlling and petty and how I'd humiliated her. And after everything I did for this relationship, she finished, breathing heavily. I almost laughed at that one. "What exactly did you do, Monica?" I asked, my voice genuinely curious. "Besides occupy space and spend my money," her face crumpled. The anger was fading, replaced by the dawning horror of her situation. "I thought you loved me," she whispered. "I did," I said, and it was true. "But love doesn't mean you get to be a spoiled, ungrateful child. You made your priorities clear. You wanted a financier, not a partner. You posted that meme for the whole world to see, to shame me into giving you what you wanted. All I did was take you at your word." She shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. "It was just a stupid post. I was upset. You can't throw away 2 years over a post. It was never about the post, Monica. It was about what it represented. It was the entitlement, the idea that you deserve to have your life funded by someone else. And if they don't comply, they're a bad person. He said if he wanted to, he would. I wanted to take you to Italy. I wanted to build a life with you. What I didn't want was to pay for a $4,000 party so you could impress your vapid friends. So you're right. I didn't want to. I wouldn't." It was then that she seemed to notice Jenna for the first time. My sister had been sitting quietly on the couch, but now she stood up, looking a bit uncomfortable. Monica's eyes narrowed. She scanned Jenna, then her gaze fell on the table where the brand new, high-end laptop and drawing tablet were sitting. I saw the moment of recognition. It was the exact setup she had been sending me links to for months, complaining about how her old laptop was too slow for content creation. "What is this?" Monica asked, her voice dangerously quiet. She pointed at the equipment. "That," I said with a slight smile, "is what I did want to do." Jenna, bless her heart, chose that moment to speak up. "Mark made an investment in my business," she said, her voice clear and proud. "I'm paying him back with my first big contract." The look on Monica's face was a priceless work of art. It was a slow-motion car crash of emotions, confusion, then dawning realization, then pure, unadulterated fury mixed with a kind of pathetic despair. She wasn't looking at a new girlfriend. She was looking at something much worse. She was looking at a smart investment. She was looking at a person who was given the resources she felt entitled to and who was actually doing something with them. The money from her canceled anniversary trip didn't just disappear. It was repurposed. It was given to someone with talent and a work ethic. She just stared, speechless. The whole narrative she had built in her head, that I was cheap, that I didn't care, that I was holding her back, it all fell apart in that one moment. I wasn't unwilling to spend the money. I was just unwilling to spend it on her. "So that's it," she finally said, her voice hollow. "You replaced me with your sister." "Don't be ridiculous," I said. "I didn't replace you with anyone. I replaced a bad investment with a good one. You were a liability. Jenna is an asset, it's just simple math. You should go, Monica, we're busy." I didn't slam the door, I just closed it gently in her face. I could hear her standing there in the hallway for a long time before she finally walked away. Jenna and I stood there in the silence for a moment, then she looked at me. That was intense. That, I said, picking up my coffee cup, was me wanting to. My life is a lot simpler now, and quieter and more profitable. Jenna's business is taking off, and I have a feeling that investment is going to pay off in more ways than one. Monica learned a hard lesson in economics. She found out that when you put a price tag on everything, sometimes you get sold off for parts, and sometimes the person you thought was a bad boyfriend turns out to be a very good venture capitalist. Story 7. There are 3 things my mom believes in more than God, potlucks, Pinterest quotes, and my older brother Ethan. She calls him my first blessing, which, would be sweet if it weren't usually followed by calling me our little surprise, and not the good kind of surprise like a birthday trip, the kind you get when you find out your tire's flat and you're already late to work. Growing up, I was the spare key, the backup plan, the maybe someday child. Ethan, on the other hand, was the plan, the investment, the heir to the family legacy, even though said legacy was a 2-bedroom ranch and a smoker grill Dad never cleaned. By the time Ethan was 25, he had a wife, 2 kids, and a graduation photo framed in every room of our parents' house, including the guest bathroom. Me. I was 27, single, and fixing AC units in other people's houses while eating gas station burritos in mine. Now don't get me wrong, I wasn't bitter. Okay, maybe I was a little bitter, but mostly I just accepted my role in the family narrative. Hardworking, low maintenance, occasionally mentioned in group texts when someone needed a spare set of hands or a pickup truck. That's why, when I started saving up for a property, I didn't tell anyone. Not even my childhood best friend Marcus, who I once trusted with the location of my emergency pizza fund, which he betrayed for 3 slices of pepperoni and a can of Sprite. The truth was, I didn't want opinions. I didn't want advice. I didn't want to hear my mom ask, "Are you sure you can afford that?" Or my dad mutter, "Ethan's always been better with money." So I stayed quiet. For 2 years, I worked overtime shifts, took side gigs on weekends, and lived like a raccoon in human form. I drove an old Chevy with no AC and a trunk full of tools. I ate enough peanut butter sandwiches to build a loyalty program. I ignored every urge to upgrade my life and instead funneled every extra cent into a savings account labeled, appropriately, "Not for Ethan." And then one Tuesday morning, while repairing a busted dryer for a sweet old couple who offered me lemon cake and unsolicited life advice, I got the call. The duplex. It was old, sure. Needed a new fence, some drywall patching, and the front porch had what I would describe as violent creaking energy. But it was solid. Good bones. 2 units. Upstairs and downstairs. Each with 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, and just enough charm to attract a renter who wouldn't ask too many questions about the ghost of water damage past. I signed the papers that Friday. Bought it under my name. No cosigners, no family favors, no big announcement. It felt weird at first. Not bad weird, just quiet. Like I was waiting for someone to show up and tell me it didn't count unless it had Ethan's blessing. Instead, I got silence. And it was the best sound I'd heard in years. I didn't throw a party, didn't pop champagne. I just stood in the empty living room of Unit A and whispered, "You did it, man," to myself like I was narrating a sports documentary about middle-class plumbing success. Then I got to work, cleaned it, painted it, repaired every creaky hinge, tightened every pipe. One of the neighbors, an older guy named Lou who smelled like coffee and wisdom, stopped by and said, "You the new landlord?" And when I said yes, he smiled and added, "Nice. Better you than the last one. She ran a cat rescue and a pottery class out of this place." I figured I'd rent out the top unit, live in the bottom one, build a little equity, be the kind of landlord I wish I'd had in my early 20s. Responsive, chill, and not addicted to passive-aggressive post-it notes. And for a few weeks, that's exactly what I did. Until, of course, I got invited to family dinner, a rare occurrence. Usually, I was the +1 to Ethan's plus everything, so naturally I knew something was up. And I was right. It wasn't a dinner, it was a setup. And the minute they pulled out the pie and started asking, casual, questions about what I'd been up to lately, I had a sinking feeling that my duplex, was about to become the center of a family plan I didn't agree to. And brother, I was not wrong. Family dinner at my parents' house had a specific rhythm. First came the forced hugs, mom's too tight, dad's too limp, and Ethan's wife Jenna doing that awkward chic air thing like we were European or something. Then the appetizers nobody liked but pretended to love. Deviled eggs that smelled like revenge, and shrimp cocktails that had clearly been defrosted 30 minutes before I walked in. And then questions. Always the questions. So still doing the Tool thing. Mom asked, loading her plate with Caesar salad like it was a personality trait. The HVAC work, yeah, I said, stabbing a crouton, and plumbing, electrical, small repairs. I'm booked solid, actually. Wow, Jenna chimed in, fake impressed. It's so cute you work with your hands. I smiled through my molars. Ethan, meanwhile, was bragging about how his toddler had just mastered shapes, and how their dog knew the difference between classical and country music. Cool. My microwave could tell time. Eventually, my mom turned to me with the kind of expression she usually reserved for casually manipulating people. So, any big plans? New developments in your life? She asked, like she wasn't fishing with a net the size of Alaska. I gave the world's most casual shrug. Not much. Work's been good. I saw the flicker of disappointment in her eyes, like I'd failed to give her a reason to redirect the spotlight. Dad cleared his throat. Actually, your brother and Jenna are dealing with a bit of a situation. He said, in the same tone someone might use to announce a natural disaster. Oh, I said, biting a piece of garlic bread like it owed me money. Yeah, Ethan said. We're kinda in between places right now. The lease ended and the new place isn't ready yet. We were thinking, Mom cut in, that maybe they could stay with you for a little while. I paused mid-chew. Stay with me, just for a few weeks. Jenna added quickly, you've got space, right? That duplex or whatever. There it was. I hadn't told them, not one word. I never posted about it, never mentioned it in passing. The only way they could know. Marcus told us. Mom said, answering the thought I hadn't spoken. He said you bought a place with 2 units. I made a mental note to throttle Marcus with a rolled-up lease agreement. So you just figured Ethan's family could move in? I asked slowly. Mom gave me that soft, guiltless smile, the one she used when she wanted to pretend something was mutually beneficial, when it was actually just a favor to the golden child. Just until their new place is ready, she said. Besides, you've always been independent. It's not like you need both units. Ah, there it was, the free rent agenda. Like my success was a communal potluck and Ethan showed up with an empty Tupperware and a fork. I already have tenants lined up. I lied because I'm petty but strategic. Jenna blinked. Oh, that's sudden. You didn't even tell us you were buying, Mom said, now playing the hurt card. Why keep secrets? I figured it wouldn't matter, I said casually. Ethan usually gets the announcements. The table went quiet for 10 seconds. Then Ethan chuckled awkwardly like the joke had gone over his head and clipped a few wires on the way down. So there's really no room, he asked. I shook my head. Nope. Both units are rented, just signed leases last week. Which was true now. Because the next morning I posted both listings and got 2 tenants by Friday. No family, no discounts, full market rate. The funny part, they didn't even ask for the address. They just assumed they'd move in like squatters with baby strollers. But the best part, 2 weeks later I found out from a mutual friend that my parents had started driving past my place. On Sundays, just to check. And on one of those Sundays, well, let's just say things got visually educational. The thing about my parents is they don't confront, they suggest, they hint, they snoop. So after I politely, and by politely I mean barely containing my sarcasm, shut down the whole, let Ethan's family crash at your place rent-free plan, they didn't blow up my phone or call me ungrateful. No, that would have been too direct. Instead, they activated their favorite tactic, surveillance with snacks. The first text came from my neighbor Lulu, white SUV circled again, 3rd time this week. They slow-rolled past the mailbox like it was hiding secrets. At first, I thought maybe it was just a coincidence. Then I remembered my parents don't do coincidence. They do passive-aggressive reconnaissance with a side of judgment. The next day, Lou upped his game. Lou. Your mom waved at me, then parked across the street just sitting there like she was on a stakeout. Your dad looked bored or constipated, couldn't tell. I peeked out from the window and yep, there it was. Mom's SUV parked like a suburban submarine. No movement, just two retired parents trying to solve a mystery. Why weren't they in this one? See, what they didn't know was this. Both units were filled. The upstairs was rented to a pediatric nurse named Angela. She baked on weekends and owned 6 slow cookers. She once gave me banana bread just because my toolbox looked heavy. Downstairs was Dennis, a divorced high school math teacher who stress-baked and had opinions about grout. He paid early and offered me a slice of peach cobbler every other Thursday. I called him rent-paying Gordon Ramsay behind his back. They weren't just tenants. They were the dream, quiet, responsible, didn't ask for discounts or mention Ethan, already better family than my actual one, and every Sunday like clockwork Mom and Dad would roll by in slow motion. Mom craning her neck like she was spotting wildlife, Dad squinting at the doorbell like he could hear rent checks being written. Then it happened. I was outside doing some routine maintenance, patching a fence board, earbuds in, hoodie up, when Angela came out with her rent check. "Thanks for the quick fix," she said cheerfully, handing me the envelope. "You're the best landlord I've had." Before I could respond, a white SUV slowed to a crawl behind her. I turned. It was them, my parents. Sitting there in the car, mouth slightly open, like they just watched a magician pull a duplex out of a hat. Mom was in the passenger seat, holding a giant lemonade. Dad was driving, frowning like a man who just realized his golden investment strategy involved a son who no longer needed them. Angela waved politely, not knowing the drama she just walked into. Then I waved. Just a little two-finger lift, wrench still in hand, sweat on my brow like a working-class ghost haunting their expectations. Mom's expression changed from curious to shocked to mildly offended in under 5 seconds. Dad said something to her, and she mouthed the words I'll never forget. "That's him." As if I were Bigfoot or a rare bird. They didn't get out of the car. They didn't say a word. They just drove away slowly like they were still hoping someone else would walk out and confirm it was all a misunderstanding. That night I got the text. "Family group chat, Mom. Nice place, honey. Looks like a lot of work though, winky face." Ah, yes, the passive-aggressive emoji, her preferred method of emotional warfare. I didn't respond, but I did reread it 3 times. Not because I was hurt, but because that text said everything. They'd seen me not just owning a place, but running it, managing it, profiting from it, and they weren't proud. They were confused, because in their minds success was Ethan, always had been, and I was supposed to just orbit around him, fix sinks, show up at birthday parties with tools in the back of my truck, nod along. But here I was with keys, rent checks, and neighbors who actually respected me, and for the first time in a long time. I didn't feel invisible, I felt solid. The group chat went silent for about a day after Mom's passive-aggressive, "Nice place, winking face" message. I thought maybe they were done. Maybe the little drive-by revelation had shaken something loose, some kind of long overdue humility. But nope. By Tuesday morning, the chat lit up again like a Christmas tree, except instead of gifts, it was full of thinly veiled guilt trips wrapped in family values and delivered with emoji bows. "Ethan, hey man, didn't know you had extra space. Kinda wild you didn't mention it." I stared at the message for a solid minute. "Didn't know you had extra space." Like I accidentally found a duplex in my couch cushions. "Mom, we just thought maybe you'd want to support your brother while his family transitions. You've always been so generous, funny." I distinctly remembered loaning Ethan $300 back in 2019 and never hearing a word about it again. But sure, let's pretend I'm the generous family ATM who's just forgotten to dispense lately. I typed, LOL, deleted it, then stared at the screen. Then Ethan followed up with a cherry on the sundae. "Ethan, it's just kinda disappointing, man. We're family." Ah, there it was, the all-caps family card, the trump card of guilt, the emotional blackmail of middle children everywhere. I didn't reply. Instead, I went and swiped the front steps of my duplex. Angela waved at me on her way to work. Dennis shouted from his window that he'd left lemon bars by my door. It smelled like independence and citrus. Still, the messages kept coming. "Mom, I just feel like this isn't who you are. You've always looked out for others." "Ethan, it's not even about rent. We just needed somewhere stable for a few months. Thought you'd understand." "Mom, your brother has 2 kids and a dog. It's not like they can just stay anywhere." "Dad, Back in my day, families took care of each other. No questions asked. Back in his day, they also thought seat belts were optional and asbestos was insulation. But sure, Dad, let's bring that wisdom into 2025. I muted the chat. But internally, I was boiling, not because they asked, because they assumed. They assumed I'd just hand over the keys, that my work, the hours, the sacrifices, the skipped vacations, the years of getting called, the other one, all of that was just available, just waiting for Ethan to move in like a royal visiting one of his estates. No one asked how I managed to buy a duplex. No one said, "Congrats." No one asked what it meant to me. They didn't see me as a grown man building something on his own. They saw me as a safety net with plumbing skills, so I did what any mature adult would do in my position. I posted a photo to Facebook, just a little something. A picture of me on the porch, tool belt around my waist, coffee in hand, and a simple caption. 1 year ago today, I signed the papers. 2 units. Zero help, grateful, it wasn't petty, okay, maybe 12% petty. But within 10 minutes, Jenna liked the post, probably by accident. 5 minutes later, she unliked it. Classic Jenna. And then came the message I was waiting for, not in the family group chat, but directly from Ethan. Ethan, wow, real mature. I sipped my coffee and didn't reply, because here's the thing. I didn't need their validation. I didn't need their congratulations. And I definitely didn't need their guilt. What I had was mine, earned, quietly, without anyone cheering. And for once, I wasn't looking to explain that to anyone, especially not to the never asked how I was doing unless it involved him. When I say I've never been more prepared for a fake solution wrapped in guilt, I mean it. I've been dodging compromise plans since I was 8, and Ethan got the bigger slice of cake because he's older. Spoiler, he was older for 32 years. I never got that slice. So when Mom called, not texted, called, I knew she was loading the cannon with, "Just hear me out." "Hi, sweetie," she said in the tone people use when they want something big but are pretending it's small. "How's the house?" The house. Singular, not the duplex. "Already minimizing." "It's good," I said flatly. "Busy week." She sighed, which was code for, "I've decided I'm the reasonable one now. Look, I know things got a little tense, but we've been talking, and Ethan's situation really is difficult. I know you said the units are rented, but maybe there's a way we can work something out." There it was, we, the family committee that always met without me. "Go on," I said purely for the sport. "Well, what if Ethan and Jenna stayed with you just in your unit? You could share the space. They'd only need one of the bedrooms, and you could still collect rent from the upstairs." I blinked. "You want me to give up half my home for a family I wasn't told was coming?" She didn't miss a beat. "Well, just temporarily. And it's not like you're always there, right? You work long hours. It wouldn't be that disruptive." "You mean disruptive to me?" She paused, then added brightly, "And the kids are very well behaved." I almost choked. I'd seen those kids feed Doritos to a turtle and then scream because it didn't clap. "Mom," I said slowly, "this isn't about being difficult. This is my space. I worked for this alone." She softened her voice, switching tactics. "I just don't want this to turn into a wedge between you boys. You've always been so close." I laughed out loud. The last time Ethan and I were close was when he borrowed my truck to move a couch and returned it with a cracked tail light and zero gas. He later Venmo requested me $12 for gas he didn't put in. Still, she pressed on. "Don't you remember when he shared his birthday cake with you that year? He's your brother. That was in 2003. I said he dropped it. I licked frosting off the floor. Memories." She said brightly as if I just complimented the family. "Then came the real kicker. He's just under a lot of pressure right now. It would mean the world if you could show him what family's about." Ah, yes. The inevitable "you're morally obligated to fix this" speech. I let the silence stretch long enough to make her uncomfortable. Then I said, "You're right." She perked up audibly. "You're right," I repeated. It would mean the world for him to learn what family's about, starting with respecting people's boundaries. The silence on her end was chilly. Then she mumbled something about thinking it over and hung up. 10 minutes later, the family chat pinged. "Dad, you're being selfish." "Jenna, we'd keep to ourselves. You wouldn't even know we're there." "Ethan, this is why you've always felt distant. You push people away." I stared at that one for a while. I push people away. Right. Because boundaries are the same as abandonment now. What they really meant was, you're not letting us benefit from your hard work, and that's uncomfortable. But here's the thing no one in that group chat understood. I hadn't built my duplex to prove anything. I built it so I'd never have to depend on people who made me feel small. And I wasn't about to shrink just to fit back into their expectations. After the group chat meltdown, I didn't respond. I didn't argue, didn't explain, didn't defend, let them sit with it, because I've learned something over the years. People who benefit from your silence will always be offended by your boundaries. That weekend, I hosted a little cookout on the back patio. Nothing flashy, just me, Angela from upstairs, and Dennis from downstairs. Angela brought rude beer-pulled pork sliders that could win awards. Dennis brought his corn salad that looked like it came from a magazine. I brought the grill and a six-pack. It was the relaxed I'd felt in weeks. Angela laughed at one of Dennis's dry jokes about HOA fees. I was halfway through my third slider when she handed me an envelope, rent early again, and said, "Don't spend it all on power tools and coffee." Too late, I grinned. That envelope wasn't just rent, it was a reminder I did this. I'd built something on my own, no handouts, no backup, no Ethan. Then mid-laughter we all heard it, that distinctive slam of a familiar SUV door across the street. I turned. Sure enough, white SUV. My parents, with Ethan, all three standing on the sidewalk like realtors scouting their next regret. No knocking, no warning, just standing. Angela saw them first and leaned in, whispering, "Oh, you expecting visitors, not even a little," I said, grabbing another slider like it was a defense mechanism. They didn't say anything, just stared. Dennis raised an eyebrow. "You want us to clear out?" "No," I said calmly. "They can watch. Maybe they'll learn something." It was surreal. Standing on my porch, drink in hand, surrounded by people who respected me while the family who doubted me watched like I was an exhibit. They just stood there, not one word, like they were waiting for me to cave and wave them over, like this was all still negotiable. But I didn't move. Angela eventually waved, polite Southern style. I just nodded, not rude, not cold, just resolved. Mom looked visibly confused. Dad looked annoyed. Ethan looked like he just realized the guest list didn't have his name on it. Eventually, they got back in the SUV. Except Ethan, he lingered, stared at the house like it owed him something. I wondered what he saw. Did he see the hours I'd spent repairing drywall at midnight, the budgeting spreadsheets, the toolbox I'd taken everywhere since trade school? Or just the fact that no one invited him? He turned finally, slow, then got in and slammed the door harder than necessary. They drove off. Didn't wave, didn't speak, just disappeared. Later that night, the family group chat came back to life. "Ethan, guess we're moving into an extended stay hotel. Thanks for nothing, Mom, we tried, you made your choice. Dad, hope it's worth it." I stared at that one. Hope it's worth it. As if my peace, my home, my sanity needed a price tag, I didn't reply. But I did step outside where the porch lights glowed against the shingles I'd chosen, the siding I'd painted, the door I'd installed. Then I snapped a photo, just me standing on the porch, coffee in hand. Caption, "Worth every brick." Didn't tag anyone, didn't need to. Because 10 minutes later, Jenna texted me privately. "Jenna, you're being cruel," and I laughed. Not bitter, not smug. Just that deep, exhausted laugh of someone who finally realized he didn't need to explain himself anymore. It had been 4 days since the family group chat went dark. 4 beautiful, silent, drama-free days. No texts, no calls, no emoji guilt, no Ethan updates, just normal, peaceful life. Angela gave me banana bread. Dennis fixed the lawnmower cord because it was making him itchy just watching me struggle. I slept better than I had in weeks. And then the knock. Not a buzz, not a doorbell, a knock, firm, intentional. I opened the door slowly, expecting maybe a package. Maybe Lou returning my drill again. Instead, Ethan, standing on my porch like a kid who got kicked out of summer camp. Behind him, I noticed a minivan, packed, cramped. A pillow stuffed against the window. Jenna in the passenger seat looking down at her phone. 2 kids in the back, one eating dry cereal from a bag like it was a life sentence. "Hey," he said, trying to sound casual. "Can we talk?" I leaned on the doorframe. "We are." He glanced back at the minivan. "Look, I know things got heated. Mom's been a little extra lately, and I didn't mean to guilt you." "Sure you did," I said. "You just thought it would work." He flinched, then tried the next card. "Exhaustion. We're tired, man. The hotel has roaches. The kids are cranky. I'm doing the best I can," and he blinked. "And I was hoping maybe we could figure something out, even just a week. We'd be out of your hair, right?" I said. "Just 1 week." Then another. "Then maybe the dog gets comfortable." Then suddenly Jenna's redecorating my bathroom. He chuckled nervously. "Come on, man, that's not fair." "Exactly," I said. "It's not. Silence stretched between us. He looked like he wanted to say more, like he expected me to break, to cave. Instead, I just looked at him, really looked. The same brother who used to take credit for my work, the same guy who borrowed my tools, my truck, my time, without thanks, just expectation. The one who never once showed up when I needed help moving or fixing or building, but here he was needing. Finally seeing that maybe, just maybe, I wasn't the one who needed to grow up. I sighed and stepped out onto the porch, shutting the door behind me. I'm not angry, Ethan, I said. I'm tired. Of what? Of always being the fallback, the free option. The one who gets told to understand when no one tries to understand me. He looked at me like he didn't know who I was anymore. Like he missed a meeting where I got replaced by someone with a spine. You've changed, he said. No, I replied. I just finally stopped asking for permission to have a life. Behind him, I saw Jenna glance over. She looked irritated, not desperate. Just annoyed that their plan hadn't worked. Ethan opened his mouth again, but I cut him off. There's a part 2 blocks down, I said, nodding past him. They've got clean bathrooms and shade. Might be good for the kids while you figure out your next step. He hesitated like he couldn't believe I was serious, but I was. For once I was the one setting the terms, and I wasn't about to unlearn the freedom I'd earned. He turned slowly and walked back toward the van. I didn't watch them drive off. I went inside, locked the door, poured a glass of iced tea, and for the first time in a long time I didn't feel guilty about being the one who said no. 2 weeks passed. No knock. No text. No new messages in the family group chat. Silence. And let me tell you, it was the most peaceful silence I'd ever lived in. Angela and Dennis thrived. I upgraded the porch light. My bank account got fatter. I even bought myself a ridiculously overpriced pair of noise-canceling earbuds because I could. Then on a Thursday, a letter arrived. Not a text, a letter. From Mom. The handwriting alone made my stomach tight. She always curled the Y in my name too tight, like she was strangling the word. You. I opened it slowly, almost laughing at how old school it was. We're disappointed in how things turned out. Family means sacrifice. You had a chance to help your brother, and instead you chose pride. I hope one day you'll realize what you've lost. I folded the note and placed it in the drawer next to expired coupons and a button that fell off a shirt 3 years ago. Then I had an idea. The next day I drove to a nearby print shop, paid $7, printed something clean, crisp, and framed it. Then I mailed it to Mom and Dad's house. No note, no explanation, just a photo of my duplex, with the words built without you. 2 days later, Jenna blocked me. Ethan removed me from the family Spotify plan. Mom sent one final message in the group chat. Mom, you've made your choice. I hope you're proud of yourself. I didn't reply. But I did pin that message just so every time they opened the chat they'd see who said it. Because yes, I was proud. I was proud of every skipped vacation, every overtime shift, every ignored insult at holiday dinners, every sarcastic comment I didn't clap back at. They called it selfish. I called it survival. And 1 year later, exactly to the day, I celebrated by repainting the front steps with Angela and Dennis. We grilled burgers, blasted music, and took a group photo on the lawn. I framed it, hung it in my hallway, next to the first rent check I ever earned, next to freedom.